of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute. Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And hello, friends, neighbors, universal passengers, agents of peace. We welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for March 5th, 2023. I'm delighted to be your host. I'm Mark Anderson. I'm joined by Alex Cork and many other knowledge seekers from around the planet and perhaps around the universe. Mr. Keshe has said that there are even passengers trying to find their way home in Linz, apparently, and there's many more that will be experiencing the same. We've just completed, Mr. Keshe has just completed the 475th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which again, he said was another historic teaching. And if you understand last Thursday's teaching and the few before that, and if you get it right, you've jumped leaps and bounds in knowledge. So this is all open to all of us. I don't know if we will actually be creating systems, but he said we have to get the scientists on this planet to understand what's being taught, and then we'll see a massive change. He was talking about throwing out the chemistry books, throwing out the physics books, and throwing out the medical books because basically they're not worth the paper they're written on. And we've heard that expression many times in the past. I was even talking to a knowledge seeker who said they had transported their books from college to advanced degree places, traveled and paid thousands of dollars to move their collection of books around thinking they were so valuable. But again, this is just our understanding. And I always thought, even though I did go to college, that these advanced degrees actually make you dumber than smarter in many, many instances. So we've got a lot of reworking to do, I guess, in the knowledge of man's knowledge, which hasn't reached that far, but the universal knowledge is unexhaustible. Apparently it just goes on, and you can open any subject up. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned one of the commandments in just one sentence. He said he could open it up for years, spend years just on teaching on one sentence. So you can see how much knowledge is, if you have the understanding, and you can continue to open it up further and further. And talking about opening it up, we just had a week of dining with the creator. I'd like to share what I experienced. And again, this is only my understanding of what I've seen, but conservatively, it's very easy to reduce matter state consumption. And I experienced it at least 20 or 30% conservatively without any physical distress. And very interesting, I know Mr. Keshe mentioned about this 6-hour feeding and then 18-hour sort of going without food. And this is another way to do things. Apparently athletes and others have found it quite effective. But I think the less we take in the matter state, I don't think we're going to go to zero right away, but just like the energy unit, it's not going to reduce your cost to zero, but it's going to start at 50% and build up. But I was very impressed. Anytime I've tried to do this in the past, let's say in the Christian setting, it was quite a struggle. Even though I was asking for help and things, I think we've been fed by some sort of fields, perhaps the C14, CH3. I don't know exactly what's going in the background, but I noticed very simply 20 to 30% reduction in actual food consumption. And of course, that will build up. And as Mr. Keshe said, if you're hungry later in the day and we have a room where you can go in and feed, you can go right back in there for 10, 20, 30 minutes, as long as you need till you feel satisfied, and then go on again. And this does create a lot of enlightenment, I think, within us as well, without that matter state food. And of course, many advantages in the health area. Most of the things that get us in trouble, Mr. Keshe says, is what we put in our mouths. And of course, we have the meeting with the world leaders coming up, with the souls of the world leaders. Perhaps some religious leaders will also join us on the 24th of March. So we invite you all, and we'll go into that in a bit. But anyone else who'd like to bring anything else up? I'm very impressed with what can be done. And of course, Mr. Keshe said he's in negotiations or going to be meeting with the Chinese government, and he said they'll be feeding, if accepted, of course, and if the agreements are initialed and endorsed. He said we'd be feeding 1.4 billion people without any food on the plate. And then he said you can exponentially multiply that by another 1.4 billion, and you can see the power of the technology. As he said, give me one atom of CH3 or C14 and I can feed the entire universe. So there's much knowledge to be learned, but we're in very good company. And these are some of the things that we've forgotten how to do. Even though the soul can do it, it seems it's lost some of its ability. Even though the body itself is doing 80% of the work, it's not waiting for us to feed it, he said. So it's like a lot of little, I see it as a lot of little Alex beads in a way. If you have 30 trillion cells, or some people say you have 70 trillion cells, the body is doing this feeding continuously, day and night. And then, of course, providing that energy, the 80%. And now we're going to be dealing, I think, with the 20% that we're short. And this causes us to kill and eat other entities, which, again, is not the ethos of the universe. So I think it's a beautiful program. And again, it's just the beginning. It's just the start, as we heard in the little song I played, if you were here before the meeting started. This is just the beginning. And again, feeding is just one of the aspects. Apparently, we don't know how to handle the dining with the creator yet, but we're going to be taught. And next week, all those who've signed up for the last meeting are also invited to bring food in for another 5 days and experience 30-minute sessions. But I'm quite impressed with what happened to me. And I can see this easily being taken into space by the space agencies and reducing or perhaps even eliminating any sort of matter state food that would need to be brought in. And that includes water as well. So would anyone else like to share anything regarding this technology or something you experienced in regard to the technology? I don't want to hear about a family picnic per se, but I know, Diane, you had something you wanted to share. I think Santi had something. Claudia perhaps would like to come in. So let's go one at a time. And yes, Diane.
Okay. Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to say it was about the soul. It's a lesson for me and probably a lesson for everybody. Like from what I understand, when you're not doing what the soul wants you to do, it rearranges things so you have to do. I'm getting all mixed up now.
Okay.
So anyways, it was my birthday on January 21st. So I had extra money and I bored a little bit, and I knew I signed up I was trying to sign up for the January 20th. Well, that didn't happen because, well, number one,
you were giving a present to yourself?
No, I thought I was getting, I don't know. It was just special because it was my birthday, January 21st.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I guess I was giving myself a gift. I don't know. Or I was trying to.
Or the soul wanted you to have a certain gift.
Yeah. And so like I had to get a cell phone. I got a cell phone, and then when I got it, I was late on that. And then when I got a cell phone, when they finally come in, I had to wait for it connected and everything. I missed the next one, the February one. I just missed it. And then I thought that it went through and I was supposed to be there anyways. But my cell phone still hadn't been connected until the few days before that. So there was just a lot of,
I know. I went in and I had a number of issues trying to get the update done, and I had checked it the night before and there was no updates. I go to join the meeting and all of a sudden there's an update, and again, it's just very frustrating, and it's not a coincidence, although they
Yeah.
haven't given a lot of updates. But anyway, you got the phone, but you missed the last meeting.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I'd sent the money for the one before, but there was all the problem of connection and with everything.
Mhm.
Anyways, so I thought I'd missed the flight because I'd paid for that one. And then I thought I could do the feeding. Ah, well. But it turned out they put me down for the March 24th one. And because I had a dream, I don't know, it might have been a few years ago, might have been a year ago. I had just like a very short dream of it was in our community theater, the theater, and I was in the middle seats, and there was people around on the outside, but then Trump was on the stage where the film would be shown, and I was handing him like a seed, like a white glowing like seed, like,
Oh, wow.
and then that's all of the dream that I remember, of handing him the seed, and that Trump
Very
was.
interesting, because Mr. Keshe has been saying that we need to learn how to plant this seed in the soul of the world leaders.
Yeah, well, it's what I guess my soul is. I don't know. So I think I was supposed to like be at the March 24th for, even though he's still not a world leader, he's still up there with the ones that want to be a world leader kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's announced his candidacy, no question. Yep.
Oh, yeah. But anyways, that was my dream, and it's just a lesson for me because like I have it in me. I plan things. I was taught to plan things, and then in my head, I think of how things are supposed to go, and they don't go that way, and I get so upset and everything. But I got to let go of that and just go with the flow, because sometimes you're not supposed to, like, just go with the flow. And I know there are other events in my life that now that I look back, I think it's the same way. Like, you just got to go with the flow. There's a plan. It doesn't happen exactly the way you want it to, but like, you might go through a lot of falling down into puddles, but you'll get there. Okay, that's all I wanted to share that
Very
because,
nice. Handing us a glowing seed or a glowing something. What did you call it? A sphere?
well, yeah, it's like a sphere. Like, I've done drawings of that, of having some in your hand, when you put your hands together and you get the plasma ball.
Yep, yep.
Like, it's like that, I think. And I have my hands cupped, like, and holding a glowing seed, like white.
Well, that's important that you'll be there, as well as the Universal Council. Apparently, it's their obligation to be there on the 24th of this month. The
Yeah.
24th of March is when the world leaders are going to be brought in on the soul level, and perhaps some religious leaders too. I'm thinking maybe we need to bring in some of these university professors as well, because as Mr. Keshe said, they have been not allowing the technology or advancements in technology to flow. They're sort of defending their papers written 40 or more years ago that are basically obsolete. And so this is perhaps some scientists will be brought in, but the world leaders and the religious leaders he's alluded to, especially the world leaders. And I think many of them, a number of them are probably going to be there, or their ambassadors. As Mr. Keshe said, they're working in the background to invite them. And he knows many of them, probably most of them personally, or had interactions with a number of them personally over the years, with all his different types of work and consulting that he does in the background that's not really in the public domain. Well, thank you, Diane. That was very nice. Almost like the soul was saying, you're planting this seed, almost like the seed of calcium in a way, but it's a seed of peace.
Yeah, I don't know, but the lesson I got it from that, like, the soul has in mind what you're supposed to do, and sometimes you gotta not be attached to what you want to do. That was what I wanted to share, and so thank you. Okay.
Yes, the soul is our closest friend, and that's the one we seem to steal from the most,
Yeah.
as we've been taught. But hopefully we can start to, and again, the soul is perfect. It's the soul of physicality that causes the misfunctions to happen. But we're
Well,
trying to get, yep, go ahead.
I think we put so much energy into taking care of the physicality and building up the physicality, and we haven't paid attention to the soul. Like we weren't even aware of it really.
No
Well, I
question.
was aware of soul, but I didn't know
Right.
what I know now. Like,
It's been
wow.
systematically hidden from us in
Yeah, so
so
I
many
think
ways.
yeah,
Mhm.
put more energy, like more thought and everything, more emotion into building up the physicality and doing what's right, like with the physical aspect of living. That was important, and that kept me busy. And I'm I'm having a hard time trying to wind down, but
Right. We've been so busy with the physicality, the smell, taste, touch, see. Now we're going to start to learn how to communicate without speaking, how to listen without hearing, and how to uh, communicate on the soul level. That's what all these systems are starting to bring. But yes, just finding the soul is the first step, I think, in this awakening, that it's actually inside you and it's
yeah.
created you. It's your creator in a way. You are the creator. Very nice, Diana, and I'm glad you found your soul.
Wow, it's all within. I'm learning to listen to my soul and not the physicality so much.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you for letting me
thank
talk.
you. Would anyone else like to share anything about dining or an experience you've had? I know we were in the Plasma Connection yesterday, which is a program put on by the Brazilian team. Claudia was the host along with Marie, and I think that's a once a month with the Universal Council member, but the program is weekly on Saturday, I think at 10 p.m. CET time, Claudia?
Yes, yes. Once a week, a month. Yes, the first week of the every month. And yesterday with Marie, that's the member of the Norwegian language of the Universal Council, was wonderful because she spoke about the detachment, and we had 3 questions, interesting questions. One is it about emotions. How can we work about ourselves emotions to help the other, to help the humanity? And the other one is about the homosexualite. I don't know how to speak in English.
Yes, two men
Homosexual.
loving each other or two women loving
Yeah,
each other. Mr.
yeah,
Keck
yeah,
doesn't have a
yeah.
problem with that at all.
Homosexual. I don't know.
I know what you're
I don't know
saying.
how to
Yes.
speak.
Yeah.
And the other one is about the emotions. I and your position in universe, like the difference if you have more or less fields, and how this how what and in what way can they interfere in your daily life. So this is the 3 questions I will share with you in the American group,
Yeah.
and you can read. Was very nice.
Excellent. You did a beautiful job hosting, and Marie is beautiful as well. And I think it's just to be with other knowledge seekers and give and take, even if you're not saying anything. And you're all welcome to join any of these other language community, even if you don't speak the language. Somehow, nothing is hidden from the soul, and you're giving and taking. This is what we need to learn when we go into space and interact. It's all about the plasma giving and taking. And you
Yes,
won't
yes.
find anything written, or you won't have a voice to voice that. It'll all be done, as Claudia is saying, through the emotions.
Yes, and then an interesting thing that Marie said, that's the next program of Mr. Cash, the Universal Council, they will be, the members have to go to the program, and they are making a daily meeting, like a meditation, because they want to stay like a one soul, unify
Yes.
their souls and stay one soul in the meeting.
Yes, he indicated it was important that they don't come in as individual souls, but they
Yes,
come in
yes,
as a
yes.
collective, as one soul.
Hmm.
So you're saying they're practicing, yes?
Yeah, they are practicing every day.
Yeah, so
I think
remember
was
the Universal Council members in your thoughts and prayers, and to be able to give to them and support them on the soul level, because this is a
I
very,
said for her that will be a challenge. That's not so easy.
we're learning. We're learning.
Yeah, we are all learning. Yes.
Yes. And there's so
Thank
much
you.
more to learn. Thank you, Claudia, and thank you for
Thank you.
being there for Brazil and for the rest of us that like that program. And again, you're all invited to participate in any of the public or private, if you're invited to or part of the private teachings. Again, it's just such a wealth of knowledge. It's I mean, I can't believe I'm even here, and I'm only understanding a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of it. And that was one of the things Mr. Keshe mentioned as well, about this arrogance and about this humbleness. And he seemed to mention that again a number of times in the last workshop, not to become arrogant in the power that you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path as the church and the mosque, abusing the others. So it's this humbleness that's a big key. And he even said it, you know, he's humble enough to walk amongst us, even as the creator with all the pitfalls. We'll hear this coming up. Anyone else want to share anything about anything that's happened to you or something you want the others to be aware of? And again, we're just listening. This is a round table, and these interactions, you may put something out that will touch someone next month or next week if they hear this, or even if they connect on the soul level with your soul. So don't feel bashful about saying what you're experiencing or what you're observing. Mr. Keshe likes the feedback. And it helps all of us to understand more. Santi, you had your project continues on, this beautiful project you're doing down in Uruguay. I know you mentioned it earlier.
Yes, of course. We are installing a tank, 2,000 liter, where I'm going to put the jars in a pyramidal formation of KAKT number 1 to energize all the water. I'm installing that tank this week. So probably I take some pictures and show them to you next Sunday if I join you as well. No?
And this will be the water that flows through the entire complex, or is it just used for swimming pools? Or
No. It's the entire building, but the swimming pool as well.
wow.
And
this will really be something for the television to cover and everything. The news reporters, once it gets off the ground and you get it running, I think this is going to be a fantastic.
And we're going to measure the energy there. We're going to try to make some tests. It's going to be amazing.
Are you going to connect it to the lint system?
Yes, but as well, we are going to have seawater, jacuzzi of seawater, hot seawater. That's another treatment we are going to make to the people.
It's unlimited, I think, the amount of discoveries and products you'll be probably marketing, and little devices that people can take home. And it's just a beautiful opening up of the knowledge for everyone. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. We have to explain the people as well. Huh? That's the opportunity, I think, to explain to the people what we are doing, how we are doing it, what's the things that they are going to receive.
Right. Explaining is one thing, but if they experience it, it makes a huge difference. When I came to the foundation and they said you could feed without eating, I said, sure, there's no way you can possibly feed without eating something. And now I'm experiencing it. Yeah,
It's true.
yeah,
Yeah.
no question.
True.
It's just the knowledge of the universe and man's knowledge, as we'll see, hasn't gotten very far. And this is why he's saying most of the knowledge in the universities and getting degrees and all this, he said he put his degree under the toilet paper roll.
I remember.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
So great, much success and continued success in your work there, and hopefully maybe we can raffle off some tickets or other ways of other people coming down to your area from different parts of the world and bringing their fields as well. Or we may just transmute there.
Yeah, we can replicate this in other parts easily. So no problem.
Sounds like an oasis in a way.
Yeah. Well, there is a jacuzzi that is personal for one people, that it's going to have the water guns of the cup of soul. You know, the cup of soul that Mr. Keshe gave us to us in 2020, no, I think, yeah. And the cup of soul he made with zinc nano, the third cup. And then he gave us the cup of the soul of physicality with copper nano-coated, 3 pieces of copper nano-coated.
Yes, he said the work in the matter state with the plasma will continue, and I think that's going to lead into building the UFO as the nations work together. Myself, I mean, this is just my understanding. I wanted to ask you, did you make a name for this facility yet, or is that still to be determined?
Wellness center. It's a wellness center. No, they are going to call it Forum del Bienestar. It's a wellness forum. Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the doctors will, therapists will also want to go there to see if they can add to their knowledge with maybe some of the patients that they're having difficulty in helping.
Well, initially this is to the people of this company that cares for health, or not for health. They send people to be with the old people, okay, at home or at the hospital or wherever they need. No? This building is going to be for them, for everyone, but initially for 30,000 people that they are in this system of this company.
You mean you already have a clientele of 30,000
yes,
people?
Yes. 30,000 people we have the client, yeah. But it's going to be open for everyone, I expect. It's not mine, I'm the engineer only. And not a secret. Plasma science. So keeping up with the cup of soul, the cup of soul is very interesting because it has a lot of energy, and the type of energy it has, it's very interesting. I measure it, I think I told you once, I measure it with the pendulum and
I saw
Bobby's
that.
chart.
I saw some of the demonstration with the man with the pendulum, yes.
And it's amazing, it's amazing. And some people have told me the same. Instantly, it generates transfer of energy to the body of this very powerful energy of zinc, of copper and CO2 and all what we know. Keshe called it the guy. Let me remember. He called it la fuente de la eterna juventud, no? The eternal youth
Yes.
fountain. Yeah. And be careful with it. He told. And in the that's the Knowledge Seeker Workshop 337. I remember. I translated to Spanish, so I have it in PDF, all translated, because we were studying it in that period. And in the Spanish group, we have developed in another dimensions. I remember the 35th dimension. We have made an oasis there with a pool, very big pool, but it uses the water of the cup of soul. Because the 5 cups, I think, it's for this earth. Next, I want to try to have a bath with the 5 cups. But the 5 cups, you know, Mr. Keshe told us it's 1 drop, 1 life. No? So it's a very powerful, I think it's more powerful energy, but it has to be with the earth, inertia and earth. So all those things, I think we have to experiment.
Sounds like it's coming together beautifully.
Yeah. And the cup of universe, and we have a lot of things we can experience, no? I go slowly because
Yes.
I have too
No, I
much
can't
work.
believe you already have 30,000 clientele, let's say. You said they work for this large company and so on, and that's who's actually building it. But I think it'll be opened up to others in time, or maybe they'll reproduce it in another area. Because any of the political or industrialists or other important, we can call them important people, will probably want, once they start hearing about this and the word comes out, they're going to want to visit you.
Okay, you are welcome. I think we are going to finish this in June.
Great.
In June it's going to be finished.
Continued success for all of us. Yes. And I'm sure we'll hear a number of testimonies coming from there as well, won't we?
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. There is going to be a doctor here.
Yeah.
And the Universal Enhancement Unit.
And hopefully some of the professors from the universities would like to see something new. Although it's a little difficult, as Mr. Keshe was saying, they don't want to say that their knowledge really wasn't as much as they thought it was. And this is part of the protection. And as Mr. Keshe said, now we know who is actually stealing from the country. When he was talking to the ambassador there about the problem, and it wasn't even the Keshe Foundation technology. He said it was a different technology, but yet the professors, the university people said they couldn't understand it, so they wanted it not to be implemented, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's all going to go this way because it's just going to be undeniable, especially with what Mr. Keshe is doing and the doctors with the two brothers that are being processed from genetic defects and so on. So it's just going to be undeniable, let's say.
You know, I'm civil engineer. I'm not in the industry of medicine or biology or chemistry. I had to study a lot again, but I can tell you that my knee has healed because of the protocols of the Keshe Foundation GANs application, and around 2 years ago. This 7th of March, it's my 3rd birthday of the Keshe Foundation study. I started in 2020, and I very grateful because my knee has no pain. I suffered 30 years of pain, of arthrosis. I don't know in English what it is. Because I had a bad knee playing soccer at 23 years old. I'm 60 now. And I am very grateful because I have no pain and I can do sports again. And that the traditional science can't do for me. I'm a testimony. I can show it to you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Isn't it
Very
interesting, Mr. Keshe has developed the knee gans now for the knee? Or other
Sorry?
parts to grow cartilage or other things? He called
You
it
know,
a knee gans that no one else could make it. He said he made this personally with his own
yes,
hand.
I saw it in the
It's in test, I think. So, wow, it's just amazing what can be done. And even with teeth, he's talking about growing teeth. Yes,
Mm.
they're already taking.
Now I'm using CO2 for bath, in the shower, for my hair, and when I brush my teeth, I take CO2 to clean them. It's you have to get used to this. Use it. Make the gas and make the water and then use it. It's amazing.
Totally.
Yes.
Well, thank you for sharing, and hopefully we'll see pictures, as you say, in the future time, and testimonies that come out of there. It sounds wonderful.
Yes, I take pictures every time, do everything. Every job I do, I do take pictures and videos, and then I have the backup.
Great.
Mm.
Okay. Anyone else would like to share
Thank you.
anything? Yes. And of course, we've been reading the World Peace Treaty, and this is the treaty that the world leaders and religious leaders will come to sign as they start to work through this process, maybe some sooner and some later. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? And of course, it's finding peace within ourselves. This is not something that you sign and return to the Keshe Foundation and they're collecting them all, but it's between you and your soul. So this is the World Peace Treaty, again, that the people will sign. All of us eventually, I think, will sign it. So I, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation or your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, and so on. Simply put your name there, your signature, position held on behalf of, again, your nation, your territory, your council. And again, you can sign it with the pen in your soul. And this adds to the field strength collectively of the peace process that we're going through. And then have it witnessed, name, signature, date, and position held. And you can also display this treaty. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So you can find this at the Keshe Foundation website. You can download it and print out a PDF, share it with your friends and neighbors, or just for yourself. but it adds to the collective field strength of what we're doing and what we're working for, because essentially we all are peaceful people. You wouldn't think of that with all the conflicts and the ups and downs we're seeing around the world, and warmongering and threatening and so on, but this is part of the way we're going to get to the world peace. And that's just another step to reach the interaction with the universal community, which is our larger family. We've always been part of it. The earth is part of it as well. We just thought we were sort of separate and they were from some other place, but they're actually from the same creator as you are. As Mr. Keshe says, we don't understand the creator or the process of creation, but we're learning week by week. And next week, he said he's going to, or maybe in the next 2 weeks, unveil some other new technologies that we couldn't even have imagined. So I thought we would, anyone want to make any comments? This is what is coming up on the 24th of March, as you can see. And here is the fee plus a $50 of value added tax. To be part of this historical meeting between the souls of world leaders, perhaps religious leaders, they're going to be brought in. I think Mr. Keshe said, as in a dream. They'll almost perhaps have a daydream, or perhaps what would it be, a night dream, and they'll be brought in and they'll remember this meeting in a way. And this is where we will get to ask them or state to them what we're expecting from them as the soul of humanity. And again, it sounds quite unbelievable, but it's actually believable and will be there. We're seeing some of this technology being worked out in many different areas. So this is part of the process of reaching the peace. And of course, we need to understand how to plant that seed. He said we have to be taught this. And I think that'll start to happen in the meeting. Again, just the way we release the GANS water, it's not going to probably happen in one session, or the elevation of the soul of the prophets and so on. But this is a continuing process that will continue the same way you're continuing of spreading the GANS waters, elevating the souls of the prophets, and now taking perhaps, I don't know exactly what'll be there, but whatever the world leaders would like to give, apparently we'll see what they want to get rid of perhaps. Just the same way you see the C14 come in, it releases energy, and then it takes out some of the things from the body that the body gives it as energies to then go and interact somewhere else. So this you can sign up for in the store. It's the 24th of March. Normally they, I don't know, a few days before, perhaps a number of days before, they'll stop taking reservations for this. So please, if you can, be part of this. And if you can't, you can still be part of it, just collectively working in the same manner. So we just wanted to review that. But again, it's just an amazing body of work Mr. Keshe has put together. We haven't understood an awful lot of it, but I think through these conferences and other ways in the fields of Mitra that's spreading across the planet, we're going to start to understand more. And really, each and every one of us, we have such a grace and beauty that we're not even aware of. And he said that about the soul. We're not even aware of the capabilities of our own soul at this point. But we're learning step by step, step by step.
Is the date correct? 19th of February?
No, it's right here. They've actually left the ad up here as the 19th of February, but if you go here with the event options, you can see it's the 24th of March you'd be actually signing up for. Right?
Oh, okay.
And you're all invited to take part in this. I think the more fields that are there and the more energy, again, I don't know all the details, but I would like to be part of this myself. And you're all invited to take part in this. And there may be additional meetings added on to this, as we saw with Dining with the Creator. Now we're having our second week of actually experiencing it, or perhaps learning how to dine at the table of the creator. And I'm thinking that it's more of giving than receiving. So again, Mr. Keshe is a master magician and a master of disguise. I don't think we fully understand that yet either. I thought we'd go back for a moment to the 471 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And please, if anyone has anything, this is a round table. It's a collective work. It's not just Alex or myself or a couple other people. Feel free to participate. It adds to the process of creation because you're releasing fields. As he said, you don't carry love in your hand, you radiate out love from your existence, let's say. So these are sort of not in the matter state. Some of the things that we're working with, we're working in the energy state, but we're learning that we can actually work in both. And all of the created beings are going to be able to move back and forth between this dimension of energy and the dimension of matter state, one being the creator and the other being Mitra, the matter state, in a way. So let's go back to this. This was a few workshops ago, and Mr. Keshe said we need to understand this past 475 and the few before that. It's going to take a bit of work, but I think we're being, somehow the soul is getting exposed to this, or this knowledge is getting embedded into your soul, and it's remembering some of its capabilities, and then it's going to build on that. That's all it is.
Now we start the process. Now we bring you that condition. We are here to nourish the soul of the man and create facilities and systems for it to be. We are here to bring the conditions and systems for man to learn how to communicate through the soul of the man than the voice and the vision of the man. You got used to telephones and televisions. Now we create systems that you learn to communicate through the soul. And then you don't need us, because you will perfect that hearing and vision through your soul. But you have to understand, with the explanation of last week and this week and before, how your fields go. How do I want to be? Go back to the teaching, understanding, why did we teach you about nanomaterials? What did we teach you about the gases? Why did we teach you about soul? Why did we teach you about cosmic rays? You became a cosmic ray. You want to establish, to start the seed of life, physicality anywhere in the universe. Did you understand why you made nanomaterials? Did you understand that you have to go a step down into the plasma of the gans to become a nano, from it to become a matter, to create dimension of physicality? Now you can see the circle complete. It wasn't all going up. Why do we go to the soul? The mayhem we had. Why did he start this plasma GANs technology? And now why has he started the soul? And now why has he started cosmic rays? Now, go back to the other side of the cycle, at least in this cycle, because still after that cosmic ray and traveling the space, there's more knowledge of the travel which man is not aware of. In time we teach. You're blind to it, but it's part of your life. When I get to moon, how do I manifest myself? In the knowledge, in the essence of the knowledge you carry, in understanding a dimension of physicality, you have to create within you a twin soul. You call it the spirit. And then in the interaction of it, to allow it to expand, to create that plasma, you call the seed of the man. Converted, that it stands on its own as a nanostructure. And then within nanostructure, understanding interaction with environment to convert itself to physicality. now you have learned, or at least you might understand, the two-way traffic with two roundabouts at either end. Which way do you want to turn? You go from the world of physicality into the world of the soul and energy and come back to the world of physicality. The trinity on its own. The same as the tree and its roots and its leaves. The same as the soul of the man creating a new dimension, universe. Now you have the knowledge to access both ways, to go from physicality to the soul and a dimension of universe, and travel yourself as mini soul in a new position and create a condition of physicality. Where, if you gain enough confidence, you can exist in both dimensions at the same time. The way you do today, your soul is within you and your physicality surrounds it. Now you learn to expand your soul beyond it with the physicality within it. The trinity never stops unless you decide. And that decision does not come in the dimension of the soul of the man alone. In the dimension of physicality, you die, you commit suicide. In the dimension of the soul, you cannot do this. You make your soul, what you gathered, available to the rest of the universe to take. They take your knowledge and everything else, and then you still become part of the totality, but you never die. Now you understand. And all these facilities we are making, all these communication, new systems we are developing and teaching you to use is actually to teach you this. Where you started in a dimension of physicality and we brought you to the soul, we use the cosmic rays to show you you can go both ways. I made man in the image of myself, as I am the man in the image of the Creator. As I created myself, as I lead to the creation of myself. Now we understand. We see a bigger picture, but we don't see all the picture. As I said before, the knowledge of the universe, up to now, what we have taught you, all these achievements of the man in dimension of matter, if you look at this whiteboard, it's not even that dot. There is so much more to learn in the knowledge of creation. And if that dot is the totality of the knowledge of the whole humanity in past millions of years brought you to this point, you can imagine you're not even nothing compared to the totality. Not in the dimension of physicality, but in the dimension of the creation. The knowledge of creation. I hope I open your eyes into what to come. And I hope you understand how we are leading you to the world peace through your own actions as the leaders, and not those we think we see in the world of physical dimension lead us. Now you understand what we are heading for. Those of you knowledge seekers who've been with us and you traveled this dimension are those, if you understand, collectively will see the seed of the peace in the soul of the world leaders of today in a coming time. In a way, collectively, you bring that essence of knowledge of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, the creation of world peace, not by talk, but now in the dimensional fields of the universe, by seeding it, by planting it and nourishing it within the soul of the world leaders of today. But that we have to teach you how it's done too. The way we explain how you can come from the moon to Earth. It was interesting to observe and watch how our knowledge seeker was trying to get outside and inside systems the lids. He did not fail. He just learned. He's on his own. He has to make that decision. He has to go through detachment. He did not look at the other tests we done. Before he stood out, and when it came to the time of the separation, to take off, to let go, he feels the separation of the souls, and then he feels the separation from the earth, but he panics and he holds on to a handle that it doesn't fall. This time we gave him a chair, that there is no fear of falling, but still needs that confidence, needs that extra knowledge that if I want to go, I have to leave a seat there for my physicality and the soul to carry through. But do I want to see my physicality there, or is just a visit with the soul is good enough? I'd bring the physicality next time. Let me gain the confidence. When you travel to a new space in universe, you don't get there and say, oh, sorry, I wanted to land on the dry land, I'm in the ocean, I get drowned, I didn't know how it is. You send a messenger ahead. You send a little Scott odd in the front. See what it is. My soul, tell me, what am I going to see? Is this where I want to be, or would I like to test it? You have to learn all this. And then it comes back to us. Then it comes to the point of how well, as what we call knowledge seekers, we know ourselves and nothing else. We go through a break and we come back, and I hope we can expand more by questioning, by sharing knowledge to share more.
Okay, any thoughts on this clip? Obviously, we're learning to exist in both dimensions at the same time. And the leaders we see today, the ones we think are the leaders, are not really the leaders. I think the Universal Council will be sort of guiding them in a way on the soul level. We'll have to see. But again, it's all about understanding yourself, your own grace and beauty, and not so much for the others as I see it. Because I cannot be the captain of your ship. You're the captain of your ship. Collectively, we can do things, but still we're going to have to learn how to do these things, each as individuals, and this is where they're bringing us along. So there's much, 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 much more to learn, but these systems are helping and guiding and teaching the soul. This knowledge is getting somehow embedded into the soul, maybe something that's forgotten along the way, or it was banned years and years ago from using these. We've lost quite a bit of our grace and beauty. So now it's just a rediscovering. And that was from the 471st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And this is what these monthly conferences are. I think the 5-stacker, there's a lot more to be gained and understand out of that as well, creating this nano structure and filling it in and so forth. There's a lot more to understand. So the humbleness will allow you to receive. The arrogance will push you farther away from it. Once you think you have it, he said you move farther away from it because of the arrogance. So let's all try and be humble, even though that's not always easy, but that's the part of it. That's a key. Once you connect with the plasma, and then to be able to receive it. The key is to be humble enough to receive or to give, not out of so much generosity, but out of humbleness. If you have any thoughts, please feel free to share them so the others can understand more. We're going to go to another clip now from the 475. And again, much of this, he's just opening up. He said he's just opening up this knowledge, the doors of this knowledge. And we're just hearing and seeing it in a way for the first time. Maybe the soul in the background is saying, aha, now I know what I've misplaced, or some of the things I used to be able to do. And again, it's in conjunction with the soul of physicality. This is what we're learning about. So much to do, but once you have it, like driving the car or riding the bicycle, you'll be able to do these things on your own. He said, then you won't need us anymore. But right in the beginning, we're going to need these sort of system assist or training systems. Now, maybe some will reach it without these systems. I don't know. But it does sound like even passengers of the universe that are here have lost their way back, or they've lost some of their capabilities, or they've forgotten some of their capabilities. And they're being allowed to remember as well where home is. Almost like they've experienced some sort of amnesia in a way coming into the matter state. They had to leave some of their understanding outside the door. I don't know. So we're going to go to this clip and then one more, and then we'll do our creating the peace dome. But feel free to stop it or add to the knowledge. And again, whatever you would like to. Sometimes your soul, and it's happened to me many times, I don't say something that's there to be said, and then I hear later someone else saying it, or other ways it's brought forward, maybe in another teaching at another time. But I said, gee, I could have shared that at that point in time, but the monkey brain got in the way and said, no, that's not right now, or some other thing. So always feel free to share in a way. It may help someone else to make a breakthrough.
Many of you still
Hello,
eating. You
Mark.
haven't understood how to handle the table.
Yes, Claudia.
Sorry to
Sounded like
interrupt you.
Claudia. No, it's good. It's good. We want interruptions. This is the University of the Universe, and you're allowed to talk back to the teacher. I'm
Thank
not
you.
the teacher. Alex is the teacher, but we are all teachers in a way.
Because I want to share something. I was listening the teaching today at 24, 7 years ago. And Mr. Keshe said, I think that's actually enough. Why you have to elevate the leaders? Because in this teaching he said, why do you think that you are so important, the human beings? You are only 7 billions, and the insects and fishes are so many more, many more. And I was thinking about it, and if you elevate the leaders, I think we are reducing deforestation and the killing of the animals. So we will elevate the planet more faster, because we don't only think us in the human body, the human beings, but the other side we have many more, and the souls are equal. So
Yes,
I want to share this because I was thinking about it.
Yeah, trillions of plants and animals, no question. And it was interesting when he said we're all made up of used parts, used energy from others that have regurgitated it and used it in the past. He said we're all made up of used energies in a way that others have used and perhaps discarded along the way. But yet we're so arrogant, he said.
Yeah. So I think it's a thinking that we have to go to this meeting, the next meeting. We think about it, not only us and the other species.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Anyone else have a understanding they'd like to share? We'll start this again. I'm not sure if I have it at the, let's see here. I think I could move it up a few seconds. And again, these knowledges have just been really, even though he's talked about the C14, he's written papers about it, this idea about the calcium, and it can go anywhere from 30, 32 to 60 and above. And he said, if you understand it and you get it correctly, you'll achieve something. But again, I think he's showing us in a very, very simple way, as he said, this process that they're using to help us through these systems. But in the future, the scientists will understand this. I don't know how far in the future, maybe sooner than we think. They're going to have to put down their 40-year-old papers and say, you know, that was our understanding then, and this is a new understanding, a more advanced understanding. But it's hard for people of prominence to admit that what they've taught for 20 years or 30 years absolutely is not worth much, if anything at all. And as he said, man's knowledge hasn't reached 1 grain of sand on all the beaches on this planet. So this is why the humbleness, I think, is quite important, because we don't have all the knowledge. Even though the soul has quite a bit of the knowledge, it still has to be matured in a way. It's almost like aging a wine or maturing a wine. It has a different taste after it's aged, rather than just coming from the presses and bottled. So I think this is part of the process we're going through in the maturing of the soul of the man.
But I didn't get the energy because you came for the order. You didn't come for the essence of the creation. Many of you still eating. You haven't understood how to handle the table of the creation. Next week, as I said, again, from Monday to Friday, we open the table of the Creator to dine with him. But this time, you bring your food. And then you see what you gain.
Does anyone want to share how we did not understand the dining with the Creator? He asked us to try and take whatever you like, but is the taking happening after you give something? And maybe this is why he's saying next week, starting tomorrow, you'll bring the food in. You'll give it. And that's what I shared earlier for those who weren't here. On Monday, I'm going to make all the different breakfasts that I would normally make, starting with French toast, and then perhaps an omelet and sunny side eggs and oatmeal with fruit in it, or different types of breakfasts. I'm going to put them together with love and care and offer them, let's say, to the system. But I'm going to go through the process in my mind. I'm just not going to give some French toast or some other things. I'm going to actually make it in my mind the way I would actually put it together if I was making it for myself or someone else. And then Tuesday, I'm going to do the same with lunches. Different things I might have for lunch, I'm going to put it together in a loving way and offer it into the system. And on Wednesday, I'll do the same with dinners. Different dinners I've made or put together, and create it with love, and then offer it as part of the feeding. So maybe the feeding comes by you giving something, and this is what he's saying. This time you'll bring the food, rather than having it all set up in the unit. He said he fooled us, but he did ask us to do it that way. So maybe we have to be careful with magicians that we may meet in the universe. This could be one of those lessons. I don't know. Any thoughts on this? How we didn't understand how to handle dining with the Creator? If not, we'll continue.
You came to take and you walked with nothing. You still starve and you still eat. You come and bring in sincerity the combination of the fields of the creation. You receive the food of life from the Creator. You came to steal. We're going to eat. What am I going to feel? You didn't come to feed. What I'm going to give. And I set the trap for you. In the system, we put everything possible. From rice to meat to fruits, flowers, that if you're romantic, a red rose leaf. But you all came to take. Even the water you drink is there to give. If you understand the structure of life on this planet, if you understand the process of the absorption of the energies of the cosmos, then you understand you can create anything. Because on absorption and conversion, some of these become potassium, some of these become phosphor and sulfur and everything else. The essence of the conversion and creation in interaction with the fields of the body of the man feeding itself with carbon-14 in the essence of the water becomes in interaction with the field rays of the interaction, the elements which the man needs as a platform to survive. Now you understand how simple the process of the creation in the universe is if we understand the true essence of it. And our doctors and our nutritionists have got no clue. The lady writes to me, we are opening a gas company in China. Open 100. Immediately haven't even understood. With release of one knowledge in the next few weeks to the Chinese government, will feed the nation without a single food on the table.
They're going to feed the whole nation without a single food on the table. And then he says, we're going to multiply that exponentially by 1.4 billion. As he said, I can take one atom of CH3 or C14 and feed the entire universe. So this is the knowledge that Mr. Keshe is carrying. And I think you'll see that worked out with the Chinese government in so many ways. I was wondering if they're actually going to have the knowledge, or they'll just be having an agreement to use the technology provided by the Keshe Foundation. The other question I had was, are they going to be obligated to share the knowledge with the other nations? I don't know if that's going to be built into the agreement. Maybe they won't have the knowledge to share it, but they'll be able to use it. The same way with the universal body enhancement. We don't know how to build it, but we certainly are being allowed to use it. And that's what's happening, I think, in these monthly conferences, that we're part of this system in Linz in a way. As he said, from Linz to the head unit, to the tabletop unit, to the universe. This is the apparent process at this point, as I understand it. Anyone else?
$1.4 billion is nothing. Multiplied by 1.4 billion order of magnitude. When you understand the secret of creation, you give enough fields that it creates warmth and heat. You can swim the depth of the ices of the oceans of the universe. You still survive. Now you understand where the technology is going, where the new system built work on that conversion. Now, if the world scientists understand this, none of you should have cancer within 1 second. If the world scientists understand how this creates an interaction with only cells of the brain of the man, there shall be no depression, no MS, no Alzheimer's, and nothing else. Because each interaction with the structure of the calcium and the cosmic ray, which comes to the brain of the man, to the head of the man, will convert to the fields of the emotion, which the creator feels as the man does. Now you understand why we start teaching you about cosmic rays, why we start teaching you about the knowledge of the carbon-14. Now you understand it don't exist even in the physicality of the man if you do not understand how carbon-14 as the energy of the plasma in piggybanking the hydrogen of the universe delivers its energies, gives a reference point to every point of creation for the life to exist in that point time position. I made man in the image of myself. Even the creator has a seed of creation for itself. Now, if you understood this, if you understand what has been said in past 20 minutes, you throw all the chemistry books, all the medical books into the rivers of the lack of knowledge of the man of past centuries. It'll take man thousands of years to unravel this secret. Even so simple, I have put it on the board. Now you understand why when you die, your skeleton stays behind. The stability of the carbon-48 and the stability of the calcium-48 dictates the life. Not all your bone stays behind. Part of the bone calcium, which is in 36 and 60, will disappear. Why calcium runs to isotopes of around 60? Go to the chemistry books and read it. Because 60, 65, then it can deliver directly energy to iron, to zinc, to copper, which is the essence of life of the creation of the man. Now you understand why you have calcium within every cell body of the man, be it the muscle, be it the brain, be it the blood. Calcium-14, in conjunction with carbon-14, is the distributor of, converter of energy of the universe in the body of the man, within its own small universe. God is creator of all, and man converter of some, even converts some of the rays of the creator within it to survive as a life of the man in itself. I am the creator of my own, as I have created to be the creator of. Now man understand this. When you see another being in the universe, you look at it, what section, what combination of the carbon-14 in a plasma condition, not atomic with neutrons and electrons in it, but as an energy pack, this creature converts. And it cannot hold on, it gives something out. It cannot take something from the energy it doesn't need without killing it. Then man understands the emotion. Then man sees different lights emitting from the body. Oh, I need the red one and a pink one because this goes with the calcium in my body conversion into what I need to convert to survive. Now you understand you do not need to kill. Now you understand what's all this teaching is coming from and where it's going to. I didn't come here to teach you about magnets. You're so naive. I didn't come here to teach you about gases, but it was the only way we could show the power of the creation, the essence of creation, and how you can tap into it. Fountain of the youth is a dream of the man which has no pain to understand the structure of life, as is always young, and he always shall live. Now you got to understand. Now, as I always say, you have no choice. Get your scientists to understand this process. You change the direction of the life of the man on this planet. Throw away all your medical books and your chemistry books and your physics books, because it's nothing but nonsense. You still cannot cure a simple cancer. You still cannot heal a simple cut. You have to wait for the destiny of the time of the body, if receives enough. The knowledge of the man is even less than the knowledge of a creature which can create its own tail. Now you are proud you're the king of the creation. You're the king of stupidity, of not understanding the knowledge of the creator. That's all. And that's on individuals. Because when we come arrogant to it, we lose the sight. And this is what has kept the man from the sight. Understanding the conversion, the process of the conversion of the fields of the universe, which comes from the creator into the body of the man. You made all these chemicals, pharmaceuticals, far suited for stupidity, not for curing the man. Even in the systems we are developing for you, is for our people and you to understand and gain trust to move to the next step. But we make it available at the strength of the soul of the man. Now you understand how, in a very simple way, in a very childish way, I have brought you to understand the process of the creation, the process of the conversion of the creation into the physicality of the man. Mitra, blesses her name, brought this knowledge, but man ignored. If you combine the right way, the calcium, with the cosmic rays, you get the love of creator. The emotion of love comes from this process. Comes from this conversion. And the waters of this planet has the right combination to nourish what you call the love of man. Now even you understand why the creator fell in love with Mitra and Mitra with earth, and through the love from each other that led to the release of the knowledge of the creation. Otherwise, not only man, but the universe would have lived in the dimension of ignorance. Understand this process. In essence of the creation and conversion of the universal fields, then you have access to Unicos.
Quite a powerful thing. Again, I think a lot of this will be taught so you can do this within yourself. Maybe Mr. Keshe already has systems that can do this, is what he's letting us experience, I think. But as we understand it more, I don't know, maybe we will make systems, but I think it's more something going on internally. Because as he said, even the universal bodies enhancement unit will dissolve by fields in certain parts of the universe or in many parts of the universe. So are you going to take a system with you, or are you going to understand the working of it through the emotions and understanding fields within the brain of the man? And I think this is what it's leading to. Again, he said, I'm showing you this in a very, very childish way, such a simple way for us to start the understanding process, even though I haven't understood much of it. I'm hoping other knowledge seekers understand more of it and can share it. But again, I don't think it's going to be a system you'll have in your pocket, because it won't last in space. It's going to be something you're going to have to be able to work out through the fields of the brain and the emotions within the brain. That's just my understanding. Anyone want to express their thought about this? We're going to go to one more clip after this. Is it stunned silence, or everyone understands this and I'm the only one that doesn't? But again, these are secrets of the knowledge of creation, which we're going to have to take within ourselves and understand it. I don't know if you'll be having any headphones out in space, although he did allude to that. But as I understand it, the fields of the universal dissolve the universal body and many other things, many other units. But this is, again, the first steps, or the first time he's actually opening up this knowledge. But I think it's being transmitted to you during these conferences, perhaps, or the daily feeding. It's more than just feeding. It's feeding you knowledge and emotions and balance and new intelligences, perhaps, just the way I'm seeing it. Everyone is having different experiences in the systems. But again, this is something that hasn't really been revealed, and he said such a simple, childish way. But the soul is somehow taking it in and working with it. It's getting embedded, maybe just seeing it, or as he said, he teaches through the soul. So it's picking up some of this, and we're practicing. As I said, we can go some time now without taking in the matter state food and without any physical distress, it seems to me. So this is a good thing. And the more we learn to do that, probably the more we'll be able to absorb from the universe. He said, if you continue the killing, you won't receive it. Okay, let's go to our final clip and then the Dome of Peace. And I'm sure Alex is finished up frosting the cake, so to speak. He's ready to come in. So let's go to our last clip, which will take us right to the, I believe, the end of this workshop. At least the teaching part. And again, there's so much in here that And if you understand this, plus the workshops before and a few before that, then you're there. But it may still take a few more weeks or months for a complete understanding. Probably longer, but you never know how these things are working out in the background.
Now, mankind has to move to the next level of understanding the knowledge of creation. Next week and the week after, I unravel to you the knowledge that you could not even imagine exists. We are done last week and this week. You understand this because you came through with me, with nano coating, with the gas making, with the magras and the rest of it. You housewives, pensioners, boys in a college, street cleaners, have more knowledge than the professors in MIT, in space and in energy. You got to understand the process of creation, the true way, and be your own teacher, but observe the others, what they have learned. And don't become arrogant in what you understand. Become humble to share. Then you progress. Then you move into the next step to understand more. Then you understand why life means life in every point in the universe, irrespective of time, place, and position. There is no time when the life hasn't started. We celebrate the birth of children from the moment, the day they take the first breath from the air of this planet. And we call it a birthday. We don't celebrate the day when they came to conceive, to become the soul within the womb of the mother. There they show the essence of their creation. Again, man dimension of physicality. Then you understand why Chidamitra celebrated from the point of inception, not from the point of taking the first air. Then you celebrate that point of that creation. What happens if your child is born on another planet in interaction with another soul from another dimension and doesn't take air and stays as a soul? Does not exist, does not have a birthday, does not have a time of conception? Then you know how children of Mitra will be created. There is no need for an egg and a sperm. Ask yourself a single question. If you understand the theology, Adam made Eve from his rib. Did he have an egg or a sperm? Or was it the love of the essence of the field of the creation? And man still looks into a different dimension. This is how you create the children of the universe in the universe. Fields from the field of the essence of the creation of the earth, and the fields from another essence of creation, another position in the universe. They become lovers, they give to each other to enjoy the other one enjoying. And from it, they create the soul of a new life. The children of the universe. Sorry, the one from planet Dudu does not carry any eggs or sperm. They don't have it in their creation. So man cannot create new life in the other dimensions of the universe because he carries a sperm on an egg. How feeble the understanding of the man is in respect to the creation of the love of the Creator. Did God send the sperm or an egg to earth for life to start? Now you understand how wrong the mentality of the creation has been within among the human race. In Arabic, we have a beautiful word for it. To the stupidity of the man in the lack of understanding. We call it astaghfirullah. Because I cannot understand it is something that is to do with something which is wrong. If understand the knowledge which we have given you today from the love of the Creator, man will find the secret of life in every dimension of the universe. It will take centuries, thousands of years for man scientists to understand what you today felt with the knowledge you were given within your souls, without the dimension of physicality. Today you receive all your PhDs and professorships. Graduation, if you understood it, from the soul of the universe, not from stupidity of universities of MIT and God knows the rest. One day, I'll explain to you what MIT means. Man ignorance. You have to look and understand the process of the creation. And which part of this process is for you to enjoy life, to contribute through it to create the next process. We go for a break, we come back, and we'll try to solve the riddles of the creation by the Creator. Rick, if you can.
Okay, maybe just looking at it helps you to understand, but he said it was already given to your soul. And again, he said, don't become arrogant, be humbler, or be more humble, that you can share it. So we are receiving the knowledge in the soul, even though the physicality has not perhaps been able to confirm it, but things are going on. And again, he couldn't give you all the knowledge at once, just like we can't go from feeding completely to zero. I think it's a process, and this is also a process that's taking place in each and every person who's involved in this. Again, maybe slowly at first and then building upon that. Even the earth started just as a speck, and then over millions and billions of years became the planet. So it's a process that we're going through. But he said, be your own teacher. Don't be arrogant. Be humble to share this knowledge. And he said, we understand more in the dimension of space and energy than the university professors. So again, be proud of it, but not arrogant with it. And I think that's a big key, as we heard Mr. Keshe say, how humble he is, even though he carries the totality to walk among us with all the pitfalls and whatever else is happening in this matter state. So beautiful teaching. I think it's coming through to the soul plasmatically. Maybe we don't understand it completely. And one of the tests would be, he said, we have to be taught, if I put you in the universe, you won't survive. Or if I put you underwater, you won't survive. Even though all the fields of oxygen are there, we don't know how to convert it. So that may be a test in the bathtub where you can go sort of under the water and see if you can last for a few minutes or longer, because the oxygen is there in the water, but we don't have the ability to know how to convert it through our fields of the brain and our emotion. But that could be one of the tests we could start practicing. Again, I don't know how it's going to come, but I think it's going to come through the dimension of the soul. Somehow it's the soul is remembering some of its capabilities to be able to communicate, to be able to travel, to be able to transmute. And we have to understand this. And then you're gaining access to eternal life in any position or place in the universe, even operating in two places at the same time. So again, this is, and in the next week, he said he's going to release knowledge as we couldn't even imagine. So we're being gifted. This is the gift of Mitra, and you're all part of it. And of course, it's just to bring the others along. We're just sensing this a little sooner, but that's all it is. And again, not to become arrogant with the knowledge, but to share it openly in humbleness. Anyone want to add anything before we go to the Dome of Peace? And of course, it's just about that time where every day at 9 p.m. CET, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET, which I think is 9 p.m., for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. And of course, the physicality will be that calcium seed inside the dimension of the soul. And this is the interaction that will start to take place to create that structure that you're going to build. And depends on the place and position what that physicality may look like. But it just seems like you'll be able to operate in both places simultaneously, maybe more. But we have to learn it. So every day, if you think of it, or anytime you think of it, you can always add. But collectively, as he said, we're stronger. And so this is the time the Universal Council has set to collectively gather, not in a telegram, not on Zoom, but just in the dimension of energy. So hopefully you'll all participate in that. Ask your soul to remind you, or ask your soul to participate in this process. And again, it's a continuing process. It's just not one time you do it and it's all done. I think we need to learn that it's a continuation, just the same as the elevation of the soul of this planet, the elevation of the prophets, and of course the world and religious leaders. He said they're already elevated. Now we have to learn how to plant that seed of peace. And he said we have to be taught this. So much knowledge to learn, but I think humbleness helps you to absorb this knowledge. So just a reminder. So let's go to, let's go to the, okay, let's do this. And where is the, we have it here. Let me just check. There. Okay, move this out of the way, please. And then we'll go to the first part of the Dome of Peace. Any thoughts or comments? And again, we should be very humble, grateful, and excited about the capabilities that we're learning and understanding. You're not only going to use it here, I think you're going to use it across the universe, because it seems like it works the same way, at least in this universe. Now, in other universes, there may be different knowledges to understand and how that process works. So it's just about 3:01, so this is the 9 p.m. hour. But let's go to this creating the Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So as I understand it, the soul of this planet is suffering. Apparently, I don't know what soul actually created it, but it actually is taking from its own creation, and this is what's leaving us that 20% short. So feeding the soul of this planet until it gets into a peaceful, permanent condition is important. And it's something for our physicality to do and to practice. And again, you can spread the GANS waters every day, anytime. Carry a bottle with you, release some of it here and there, because it's connecting something. Mr. Keshe said it would connect the wellness centers. I don't know if this would be the satellites or other systems, the tabletop units. It seems like we're not having to spend $10 million to get a universal body enhancement system brought into the city or into the county. But we'll be able to, it's connecting to the system in Linz. We'll do the same sort of projection through the tabletop unit. Now let's go to the second part of the Dome of Peace, if we can. And of course, this is giving from our souls. And thank you, Shweta, for reading it for us.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANs waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, so let's join with the Universal Council. It's just after 9 p.m. CET. And let's, in calmness and peacefulness, join together and collectively use the power that we understand and we possess to again bring this planet into a peaceful position. So we're going to take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1. And we've been hearing some reports in the news. We know the Brazilian team has been relentless, but apparently there are things being brought forth through the Chinese government, through Iran, through the head of the IAEA, to move these negotiations forward. I'm surprised that they're still going on, but they are still going on because we're seeing some clips in the news about it. And again, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, which they can't touch the soul of humanity, but they're certainly trying to touch the soul of physicality of humanity, the souls of the world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let's collectively join together in calmness and peace and use the power we understand and we possess to achieve this. We'll take 5 minutes. Thank you. Perfect. And no one fails this test, as Mr. Keshe said. So we're testing, we're learning, but in the future, I think we'll realize that we should have, how come we missed this idea of working on the energy level rather than in the physicality? We'll probably kick ourselves in a way, saying it's so much easier, you know, to elevate others or work on the soul level than trying to sit down and convince them with your voice or your matter state. Could be your child, your partner, your boss at work, your coworker. We'll say we should have all the time we knew, but yet the physicality wanted to step in and say, no, this is the way we do it. But I think collectively, this is the way things will be done in the future. And the Universal Council is learning this. And once they learn this, Mr. Keshe said, we'll really start to move in a much more powerful direction. So thank you all for participating in this process. Please continue it at your discretion as often as you'd like to participate in this process. It's a learning process, the same way with what he's explaining to us in the workshop. We're testing it, we're learning it little by little. It would just be a tidal wave if it was all dropped on us at once. So he knows exactly how to bring us along step by step into this new position and this new knowledge of understanding. So thank you all for your continuation in this process. Anyone want to say anything before we go to Alex? I think he's ready. The candles are on the cake and so on. A beautiful time for humanity that's never existed before, and you're all part of it. So thank you for bringing the change that humanity has been begging for, praying for, and wanting for thousands or millions of years, and never could figure out a way out of this dilemma. 5,000 wars on this planet in the last 3,000 years. So we have to change position. We have no choice. Otherwise, we'll end up destroying ourselves and the planet, so to speak. I don't think that's going to be allowed to happen. That's why Mr. Keshe is here, to bring us into this new dimension of understanding of our capabilities and elevating the others. This is just the way I see it. Anyone else want to add anything? Thank you for your participation. Okay. Alex, are you perhaps ready by now? Maybe I have to. He's ready to he's ready to go. So let me play the disclaimer, as you usually wish for that to be played. So let me do that, and then we'll come right to you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And let's welcome Alex again. I think this must be over 100 sessions that you've appeared, Alex, without fail. And we do appreciate you sharing the knowledge as you understand it. And we're looking forward to what you'd like to serve us today as far as knowledge and understanding. So thank you for being with us, and thank you for your dedication, not only here, but across this planet and many of the other language communities as you've done over the years. So thank you again and welcome.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mark. And I really appreciate the work that you're doing to make these meetings so effective. As you can see, it is beyond the North American team here. I want to welcome the North American team, South American, European, Asian, Australian. We're here from all over. Did I miss a continent?
No, but there's probably a few here from the universal community. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind. And yeah, it's it's a lot to digest, really. And so we're talking about mentally and emotionally to digest this, because we're into a new phase. And so let us begin with this, because we want to get on to the teaching of Mr. Marin Tevakoli Keshe. And so thank you all for coming on this journey. I hope you have a lot of fun. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We're at the advanced inner space stage. We're going to open up the emotion of vision. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is March the 5th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And we have tried to advance from the basic teaching that we started, got into understanding, knowing, insight, earth space. We're now to inner space. Yeah, we call it advanced inner space, but you know what? This is all basic teaching. So we are trying to figure out how to navigate the universe here. One of the tools is the emotion of vision. So let's see if we can find outer space and continue our search for it. We are only finding that little sentimental pie in the sky, that little thing we call Earth, that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner. And in order to navigate, we're trying to understand the 3 books of Mr. Keshe. Number 1, the universal order of creation of matters, where we see the 3 matters come together. And so this is a point. 3 dimensions as a source. And the origin of the universe, book number 3, does energy from the soul and how it splits. And then the connection, the emotion, the vision, the structure of light, the link between the source and your soul. And how do we understand that? So basically, if we look at the universe and look at the positioning of the planets, we find that actually, although they're location specific, within the area of the sun, they only make up a small portion, a very small pie. And it's very interesting that this is all we see, and that seeing is believing. A lot of people believe that. And so that's effectively our emotion of position. But that emotion of position is only one point on that rotating field around the sun. And so we have to wonder, well, what's the rest of it? And well, the rest of it, of course, is the fact that all of these points aren't in alignment all the time. They don't always fit into that one neat sliver of a pie. But it gets worse because as each of these planets move around into their different location, if you want to see them in their specific location, well, guess what? That pie becomes even smaller because you're only focusing on that one planet. The planet that you may want to see is not in that little sliver pie. So what does this mean? How do we see the broader picture? And this becomes really difficult when we limit ourselves. So we have to understand that the universe is more than just time and distance and speed. And we have to figure out the relationship. And so we find that when we measure distances to other suns and other stars and other planets, measuring them in terms of light years is a failure in terms of reference. We need to reference a different way. And that limitation, of course, our scientists have put on it with respect to understanding nuclear science. And at this point, the best they can do is to blow things to pieces and consume as in nuclear reactors. But the energy transfer and the way of the creator with respect to the ethos, which involves morality, compassion, and courage, and I reference that because these are all part of the creation of life. And the life that was an important denominator is our Earth space. But we even disregard that one. We just look at our man space because that's our really, really lowest common denominator. And so this is what we want to talk about because when we want to identify a proof of concept from a scientific point of view, we really discount our emotions because it's not a manly thing; it's more a feminine thing, and so this has been the norm over the years, and so we find the number of clubs and the members being basically men at the exclusion of women. But in history, there have been some great women. And they have overcome this limitation. One wonders, is it possible that there are just as many great women as there's great men? Is that possible? And so when you look at the preference and sentimentality of this planet, and so you see that all of us who chose to be born have chose to be born. And we were all born by choosing the outer space system. And we were all born into this inner space by default. It's then that we completed our journey of hitting the target, the Earth space. And so we've all done this equally. All of us have done this equally. So this is the proof. And science cannot refute that. So they refute things that are handy. And a handy thing to refute is the emotions. So we have a lot of confusion about the emotions, and we want to try and clarify, excuse me, try and clarify the emotions and the position of the emotions. And so we did dwell on the emotion of position as being that part that actually manifests the emotion of presence. The emotion of presence actually being the emotion of physicality and the emotion of man. And so are all these emotions different or are they all the same? So we find that if we dig deeper, that they are different, but if we don't understand them, just like our soul, or just like our bodies, or just like our earth, we only see the single picture. And if we're looking at the single picture, then we're looking at a photo. And when you look at a photo, you don't know if it's coming or going. And so this is the problem with the emotion of vision. We don't know if it's coming or going either. So we got to start back at the basics. And we're looking at the surface to volume ratios, and we said that 1 and 1 is more than 2, that the 1 and 1 are the feeding dimensions, and the other one are not the same one. And then there's this feedback dimension, because we actually don't lose the 1 and the 1. We keep the 1 and the 1. And so those feeding dimensions remain. And so as these feeding dimensions are working, they have to have a feedback to fulfill the dimension, hence the maggraph. And the thing is, we're not part of this because we're just the observers, the ones who want to fudge the vision. We're in a different dimension, not of these 3 dimensions. And so we're trying to rationalize that, and it becomes very important, because when we look at the way the Earth is functioning, excuse me. Oh, glitch in the universe.
Okay, Alex, we are getting a glitch every minute or two. It seems like there's a word or two missing. I'm just letting you know. I don't know what to do about that. It comes right back, but I just figured I'd let you know.
And that's probably one of the reasons I had some problems here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good from this point on, right?
Sounds fine.
Okay, so we are none of these dimensions, and we're trying to figure out which dimensions we are. And the thing is, we have to look at where we are as being one of those dimensions, because we're on Earth. And Earth has these 3 dimensions also. It has this rarefied magnetic keystone, and it also has the soul of the Earth in the core. And we live in between that area, which we call the biosphere. And so these are the 3 areas of reference with respect to the Earth space. And we're trying to figure out, how do we relate to this Earth, because the Earth is rotating, we don't rotate. And we resolved that anomaly when we found that the souls live in the cells. And so the cells don't have legs. As a matter of fact, they don't have mouths. And but they certainly do have emotion. And so we've discussed that the emotion of presence is the amalgamation of the energies from the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the soul of the cells. And so this affects our emotional position. How do we determine this emotional position? So a lot of people like to say, well, seeing is believing. Well, today we need to discuss this seriously, because for those from Missouri, they believe their experiences. And yet they have a problem, because even though they believe what they see, one sees a rainy day and says, what a glorious day. And the other sees a rainy day and says, oh, what a depressing day. So there's an anomaly there. And I thought, if you believe what you see, that everybody would see the same thing. So that argument then, pardon the pun, doesn't hold water, okay? Because it isn't just seeing what you believe. You experience your belief. Because another two people might say, you know what, I'm living heaven on earth. And another one may say, it's raining every day. Life dealt me a bad hand. And so wait a second. There's this another anomaly here. So whether you believe your experiences or you experience your beliefs, people seem to fudge this up for the sake of something. And I wonder what the sake of something is. So another question, we know that when we go to sleep, we go to dream, we get dream visions. But there's different forms of what we refer to as a sleep, because we could just be in a state of suspended animation, or we could be deep in thought, or we can have imagination, or better still, daydreams. And what is the difference between day and night dreams? They're all dream visions, aren't they? And so these visions somehow manifest themselves. When we define manifestation, then it's a perception. And it's a perception of, we have stacker units and universal cups. And so it's a perception of that kind of reality. And that reality is a manifestation. So we find that a plasma feeding is what leads to this manifestation. This is a key point. And we've tried to make this key point because we seem to confuse that manifestation is a touchy-feely form artifact. And if it's touchy-feely, that it's physical. But it not necessarily, because it's emotional. There's emotional people who are very touchy, very feely. And so that is non-tangible. And when we see things, and I say, well, seeing is believing. Well, you're seeing, but you're not believing, and or you're not seeing, and you're still having an anomaly. So there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And we seem to be selective in what we see. And so when we look at any manifestation point, there's an emotional context to that. And that emotion of presence is a form artifact. And so the emotion of position is determined by that reality dimension, whatever that dimension is. And if that dimension becomes physicality, then that manifestation becomes materialization, the materialization into the lowest form of energy, the physicality. And so if we wish to travel, we really have to dematerialize. And is that so outrageous? When we look at the fact that we were born, we went from a dematerialized point to a materialized point, didn't we? And when we have a thought, we can clearly see that thought. I mean, we tried that at the session last week, and we wanted to have a Chinese buffet. And I'm sure a lot of you could see your favorite meals there. And was that real? Was that materialized? Or was that in your vision? And was that vision a physical vision? Or was it an emotional vision? So understanding physicality or matter state, we see that the matter state can be physical and non-physical. And so we have to say that the plasmatic state is a feeding state and the physical state is a feedback state. So there's something that makes a commonality. And the way we've been doing things is we are dominant physical matter state. But not all physical matter states are perfect. And in fact, whatever percentage is perfect, it diminishes over time, and we call it aging. And so we wonder, where is this common defect denominator? And was it genetic, or was it given or acquired? And in the whole process of trying to find this, which is what we're all doing all our life, we look in what we call outer space, and we can't find outer space. We find sun space, planet space, moon space, and those spaces in between. And we want to conquer these spaces, and yet we're ignorant to the science. So how do we do this? Well, we'll find that out very soon, because we're doing the flight tests to the moon in not too distant future. And so this reality is going to hit a lot of people. And so let's estimate that there's about 95% of the population probably has no clue of what's going on. And so when they ask, they will find out. They will ask, what is plasma? You have to be quick. Tell them it's a kind of energy state, and it helps us understand our Earth space. When we understand that, then we can find our inner space sequences, which unlock the key to the gateway to outer space. And that's pretty important, because the time between being born and dying is our time, and that time is important. And if it's not important, then nothing's important. So we in order of magnitude, and the way they exchange energy is the higher state feeds the lower state. And so there's creation, there's also decay, but there's also a catalytic energy transfer. And in the higher energy states, the transfer rate is higher. So fundamentally, very simply, plasma creates fields. And those fields can either absorb energy, or we can set up a barrier of energy. And the rules of engagement are bound to the ethos of the universe. And so right then and there, we find the problems, because with respect to the speed of energy transfer, we have to understand that there are relationships. And so the field relations have to accommodate for field strengths. And we can change from field to field, and we can transcend multiple energy states. And so we find that the Earth space is a kind of energy state. And it too has many different energy states. But fundamentally, it is gravitationally stable. It's a gravitationally stable energy state, and this is good for us. And it's doing this because it's bound to the ethos of the universe. So that's a good thing. And then we find that within our little Earth space here, and we say that seeing is believing. Do you know what you're seeing? Do you really know what you're seeing? Because there's a hole in my Gans. What's in there? Stick your finger in there and find out. It's has to be something, doesn't it? Because this is a rotating feedback. And so this is a feeding byproduct of a feeding process. And where's that energy coming from? So I'm glad that you can see it, but do you believe it? Well, this is the problem. You're looking for outer space. Outer space is not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer. It's energy in motion. And so the rules are that the whole universe is a field. So if they come together, where did they come from? And so that's the charge, because energy is always in motion. So if you're always in motion, then there's all things in combination. And so we can conclude that not only are we able to exchange energy on the Earth space, but we're able to exchange energy with other spaces. Other spaces, other places, and it's all done by the same rules. And so we're looking at the emission and absorption of energy and how it affects the rotating field, the speed of the field, the strength, the direction. And so all of these are representations of a charge. And so these charges are given in the universe. And we say that two forces come together. But it's way more than two forces. It's more than one. And in fact, it's more than two, because 1 and 1 is more than 2. So, and one keeps coming and another one keeps coming. And is that one the same as the other one? And so there's always some kind of relation of some source to the individual you. And so we have figured out how to choose our planet, right? Because we were born. But how can you choose your planet if you can't even see your planet? So you have to see your planet somehow to choose your planet, right? It's like you go to a car dealership and say, I want to buy a car. Okay, here it is. No, well, I want to see it first. Oh, aren't you fussy? So anyway, other people, they like to choose for you. And when they choose, well, guess what? They choose in their self-interest, not yours. And so this is where we have a problem, a relation of some individual to the individual you. And so you have to choose. You have to choose which way you're going to do. Are you going to have the universal harvesting, which feeds your self-enhancement? Or are you going to do loosh harvesting, which not only consumes others, but consumes yourself? And no one escapes this decision, because these are all violations of universal moralities. And this is why when we have different points of view and you have a different vision, oh, is that a flash? Is that a glow? Is that a glitter? Or, can you smell the prophet? Well, now we have a situation where we're diminishing in our productivity. So we're forecasting that. Oh, so you're confident in losing. Or are you lacking confidence in creation? Or are you just lacking gravitational stability? And so you find that this decision-making process is accounting for something or discounting for, and you get to choose. And you get to choose. Well, it's either a blast or it's bountifulness, or maybe it's just a genetic defect, and so that choice may have been made for you. In all of these points of view, it's always about you, isn't it? So we find that this energy that is principal matter is converging together, and the forces of principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter. And so there's a conversion. And where is that conversion? And so it needs a feedback. And that feedback, in our case, is our Earth space. And so what we resolve here is a feedback interaction, which we call inertia. Because that's the combination of the two, isn't it? That's the combination of the man space field and the Earth space field. So that's our, oh, wait a second, that's our experience. Well, wait a second. Do you believe your experience, or do you experience your belief? And did you know that you had the choice of doing both? And you have to decide which is which. So when we look at the core component of the energy, we find that it is the electron, because it's magnetical and it's like a PM tick. And so that is plasmatic. But the electron is also part of the atom. And so that would make it gravitational, but it's still a ray. But it could manifest into physicality. And so we have to decide if these PM ticks or these rays are plasmatic or physical. Well, first of all, they have to manifest, and then they have to make a decision, and not alone, in combination. So within their own existence, an atom has a relationship between the magnetic field of the electron and the magnetic field of the proton. And the larger proton feeds the electron. And so we see that there's a balance. But the picture says, that doesn't look very balanced to me. And so the point is that one field has to be bigger than the other. And so that gives us a direction of flow in the initial reaction. Higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So these are the fundamental processes of the attraction and repulsion of magnetical gravitational field forces. And so we can call them feeding and feedback. And so we find that there's a sequence turn on or turn off that feeding, or we can increase and decrease the strength of the field, or we can enhance or diminish the position of that field wherever it is. And so these are all skills that we need to learn. And the base of this comes from the different emotions of vision. Yeah, there are different emotions. We only seem to think of vision as eye vision. And so that's okay if you have all your faculties. And so we become eye dependent. And that's nothing wrong with that. But for the blind person, this is a real problem. And so they depend on ear visions and nose vision and mouth vision. And isn't it interesting that the horizontal people, such as, let's say, dogs, for instance, they really depend on nose vision. Their nose vision is 40,000 times stronger than man's nose vision. And then, of course, there's mouth vision. And, you know, we all remember that old commercial with that famous tuna fish. And he always wanted to be chosen. And so he was always become a snappy dresser. Sorry, buddy. It's not about good taste. It's about tasting good. And that becomes the feedback vision. In fact, all of these are the feedback vision, right? Because you're the one doing the vision. And so it involves your environment. That environment that you are suggesting is exclusively physical, which now we know it's not, because we have GANs, and then we have holes in our GANs, and we have these emotions. So is it all physical feedback? Or should we refer to as our feedback vision? Because let's put it this way. When we look at how these things are aligned, the crossover point is at our position of our soul. And so if we look at the soul positioning, we find that it is right at that crossover, right at the cross. At that point, we are feeding. And so the feeding vision goes out exactly the same way it came in. And so there's a plasmatic symbiosis that comes from this point at the crossroads, this point of this feeding vision. In fact, the feeding vision becomes a feeding division, and all work together. And for our purposes, it manifests into materialism. And is that true? Well, there are some people who talk about the third eye, and then we say, well, what is that? That is, you could say, the vision of the left eye and the vision of the right eye as a field force coming together and giving you that singular vision. And that's true, isn't it? Because if you're looking at something or somebody, you see that person or that thing in focus. You don't see what we call double vision. And so that third eye is the left vision and the right vision coming together. But some people think, well, it would really be good to drill a hole in the forehead to open the third eye. Well, truly, if we were supposed to have a hole in the head, we would have gotten one, because we certainly have a hole in our mouth. And we have holes in our ears. And so we find that the energy doesn't depend on physical barriers, the plasmatic symbiosis we see from the PM ticks or X-rays or gamma rays does not depend on the physicality of the body and affects us. So this is kind of a dumb thing to do, but the third eye is the combination of those fields. And we're going to talk about that more later, because we just have to understand that there are other energy forces coming together. And we know that because the Earth doesn't. And of course, it has to exchange energy, so it's emitting a lot of energy. And so whether it's emitting or whether it's coming out, the Earth is in a maggrav position. And so that maggrav position is the feeding dimension, which includes the feeding and the feedback. So if the Earth doesn't have a third eye, then, you know, we're not drilling because we want to give the Earth a third eye, are we? We're drilling for something else. And so we find that as far as plasma is concerned, it can leave a field, we call that emission, or it can be absorbed in a field, we call it absorption. And it can do this at light speed. And so if we were born and we couldn't see us coming, there's a problem there. Can't see the problem. And the thing is, in Atlantis, those stupid people, they knew about the codons of the DNA and the RNA before us smart people. And a long, long time ago. And we see the remnants all over the place. We don't see the people, we just see the remnants. Well, what do you believe? If seeing is believing, I guess you get to be selective of what you see. And so we have to understand that for some people, seeing is all what they believe, and they say, well, this is our scientific responsibility. And then there are all those people who say, believe and you will see. And do they know what they're talking about? Are they talking about one and the same thing? Well, something's missing. And so the plasma science is adding to the knowledge. And that's the rate of change. And so what's affecting that? And so that is the emotion point. That point of existence we call it transmutation. It is this balanced maggrav which is at the emotion of position. How do we get there? And so that's what we're talking about today. At this point is the emotion of vision. And I guess you get to choose. Are you seeing what you're believing, or are you believing what you're seeing? And, you know, are you believing any words that you hear anyway? Or are we just making this whole thing up? Because we have a plasmatic reality and we have a physical reality. And we've seen that we can go in both directions. And we can exchange energy. Energy is a feeding pack. And is this feeding pack that is transcending the various reality dimensions. Is this feeding back the emotion of vision? Or is the emotion of vision one kind of energy feeding back? Of elements, and these that we've been talking about in our basic series, and we find how important calcium is. But is calcium more important than any of these all here? If you could take one out of this table and sacrifice it, could you do that? We're looking at the cups of life, and we see that we've been able to produce the GANs, and we see that it's copper GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, and then we find this amino acid GANs and the water GANs, and said, well, how can I get all of these different GANSes just from the basic cups of life? And then I put them all together, and I can get the stacker units or the universal cups. All of them have a magnetical field and a gravitational field, and each individually have a soul, and then collectively together they have a soul as well. And how does that happen? And is that, something that's missing? So when we're saying that energy is in motion, and we find there's an interaction point, and so it comes and meets a field. So that emotion of vision, is it the point where it meets the field, or is it the energy that is coming to meet that point? Which part of the dynamic plasma interaction is the emotion of vision? Because it's certainly not physical. So we know that it can be part of the feedback loop, and it can also be part of the feeding loop. And that is not precise enough, because we still have the variable that, believe it or not, so that allows the materialization of the earth space. And so this is a proven concept. So the idea of the two-way street is a novel concept. And the reason for it is because we're too selective. So when we look at the relationship between the sun and the earth, we find the sun has its gravitational stability, as does the earth, but they're not equal. So how do we find this path down this street of equality? So we're going to have to choose a different reference point, aren't we? It isn't physical. It has to do with energy conversion. And so when we look at these fields and how they interact and how they maintain their gravitational stability, and so this is one way that we can connect through this emotion of vision. But if we flip things around, this is another way that we can connect. You still have this gravitational stability. So the emotion of vision is contributing to the gravitational stability, isn't it? In fact, it becomes fundamental. It becomes fundamental to the bonding dimension, because when you have this plasmatic spectrum and this physical spectrum, there has to be this connection, this reality dimension which connects the two. But there has to be an energy transfer. And so if the plasmatic spectrum is non-physical, then the energy of transfer has to be non-physical. And can it manifest into the physical spectrum? The energy transfer has to be non-physical, but the manifestation may become materialization. It all depends on the emotional vision. So this is the dynamic plasma relationship between your inner space point and your inner space field and what you see around, because this is what we're transmitting, what's around. They're all in different places. They're not in the same place at the same time. In fact, they keep moving. So they're all at some point within the sun space field. And so there's energy that is being transmitted. And it is not selective by the sun. The sun doesn't select what it sees. The sun provides everything. And so we can clearly see that the planets are more selective in what they receive because all the planets are different. And this is an important factor because everyone on this planet is different. Everyone on this planet is unique, yet everyone on this planet is equal. So it's the environmental modification that we're looking at, which is affecting our emotional positioning. And so we want to see, is this predictable, or is it a violation of our mental space? Are we taking into account the correct emotional relationship? Or is it just our space versus some other space? And if our space is our inner space, so is that our inner space versus a physical space? And if it's not our inner space, maybe it's some other inner space versus some other physical space. Or are we discussing the difference between the inner space and the outer space? And is it always physical? Anyone planning a vacation? You're not there yet, but don't you have an emotional attachment? Isn't that the dynamic plasma connection, the reality dimension? You're feeding that. That's your feeding radiance. It's beyond your aura. It's that dynamic plasma interaction. And then you have this feedback radiance. Oh, I'm thinking about going on holidays to a beach somewhere. Well, that narrows it down, doesn't it? To every single coastline on this planet. So we need to get a feedback, don't we? And so that's how it works. And that's how we quantify our reality dimension. So it's our inner space spectrum, which is the feeding radiance. And then we get this feedback radiance, which enhances our inner space spectrum. So we send it out and it comes back. And so we can have a plasmatic manifestation, which is part of the feeding radiance. And then we can have this physical manifestation, which would be the feedback radiance. I want to go on holidays to this certain beach. Boom, the trip is arranged and off you go. So congratulations. And so you could see this in your mind's eye. And it is at that point that you projected your vision. I want to go there. Well, that sets the target. And everyone has their own vision. But interestingly enough, there are those who are clairvoyant. They can see more than the average person. They're able to see the aura. We all have an aura. And some can just see the aura, and others can also have the ability to interpret the aura. I can't do either one of those, but I can see the soul because I don't listen to the words that someone says. I listen to their intent to see if they're lying. I listen with my ears to see if they're lying. And when I see that they're lying, then I have a problem. And that problem is that I want to be polite. I don't want to embarrass them more than they've already embarrassed themselves. But you have to ask the clairvoyant the question, which soul does the clairvoyant see? Does he see the soul of the cells? And yes, they do. Medical type clairvoyants can see. You know, they don't need an x-ray. They can see quite well the situation or the state of your health. And then they can see the color of your aura and they can determine whether you're lying. And since the soul of the cells and the soul of the body work like GANs, and we know that GANs has an emotional affinity, it becomes a natural lie detector and a love detector. This is well explained. But let's go to another place. Let's check out what we call the roof of the earth. Let's go to Tibet. They had something very special there. Very remote, very mysterious, so not Western, Far Eastern. They had lamas. It's a lama. Well, the head of the lamas is the Dalai Lama. And maybe it would be appropriate to show his picture here, except I can't stand looking at his face anymore. But these lamas are governing lamas because they have the ability to be clairvoyant. And so they can see the souls. And so that qualifies them to be a lama. But the Dalai Lama is intergenerational. And so the notion is that the Dalai Lama has an energy field that is carried forward. And so with the passing of a lama, the lamas all get together and search out the new Dalai Lama. And the qualification to be a new Dalai Lama is to remember the soul of the past Dalai Lama. And so I think the current one is the 13th generation that they have successfully linked up. And they really work very hard at this, and it sometimes it takes a couple of years because child has to grow. And so they are confident that he grows in Tibet. And so they scour the entire countryside. And when someone finds out that there's a possibility, and of course parents want their child to be the Dalai Lama, I mean, let's face it, you know, it's almost like a lottery, isn't it? I have the chosen one. And so they go there and they ask the questions that only a Lama could answer. And when they fail that test, they say, thank you very much, and off they go. But when they find the right one, they know it. And so they've been able to do that through 13 generations. And so these lamas run the main monastery. And they're not only governing lamas, but they're also teaching lamas. And some of the teaching lamas are what we call priests. And the highest level of these priests are what we call Shaolin priests. And so they have this vision. And then they have these monasteries. As a Westerner, I didn't know much about these monasteries. We know that there are monks, and we know that the monks are very religious. And as I studied these monasteries, I found that there were different types of monks. And to my amazement, I found out that many of them weren't religious at all. The monasteries were places of convenience. And so, not to go through the full list, let's just say there were industry monks, and there would be a specific monastery for that particular industry. Or there were just praying monks, monks who didn't do much, they just prayed. And then there were these medical monks who would be called into action to solve medical emergencies, and they were extremely knowledgeable. And of course, extremely knowledgeable, extremely skillful monks were Shaolin monks. And you can relate to the Shaolin monks to the Japanese noble samurai. But I was shocked to find out that there were these warrior monks. And you can relate to those as part of the noble samurai, as ninja assassins. So each monastery has its function. So this was new to me. But the monks themselves weren't, shall we say, very visionary. And say, well, beggars didn't have much vision. Well, unlike North American beggars, they do have a rule. They only beg from you once. Or let's put it another way, never beg from the same person twice. It's rude. So even roadside beggars had rules. And some of these beggars needed to take. But some need to allow others to give. In other words, if it wasn't for the beggars, the rich travelers would not be able to give for the sake of their soul. And so these beggars were well off because they knew they were providing a service. They weren't begging for money, they were providing a service. So those who knew the difference, they were okay, but others, they didn't know the difference, and they needed to join a monastery to have a safe place to sleep and a safe place to stay. But when you join a monastery, it becomes almost like a slave state. And so you would join another group, highway bandits. They're not really beggars, are they? They don't ask for an offering. They just wait on the trails. They wait for you. And so traveling becomes a group affair. And you hope that group is well armed and of a size strong enough to fend off the highway bandits. What a great place to be. So we find that our soul is a beggar soul, isn't it? And that's the essential you. Did you know you're a beggar? Because you're interacting between this plasmagen state and the mattergen state. And you need to be that beggar because you have a surrogate body. The soul of the body, that's also you. But that's you with the interaction between the plasmagen state and the environmental matter state. And so when we talk, that's the here and now, because this is wherever you are is where you want to be. And so your position of vision is determined by that. You predicted what would happen, and then you got the feedback. And so that affected your position. But your emotion of position had to come from somewhere. And so that's the emotion of vision. And so we're starting to see that there are different layers of the emotional onion. Even the earth has a point of vision. And the peace dome, the cells of the souls, and the universal community all have their point of vision. And so what is their source of inspiration? And what is the source of your inspiration? And who? So here we are. Here we are on Earth. And so we see that the peace dome is a dynamic emotion of vision, along with the soul of the earth body. Has to be. You were born here. You weren't born on Mars. There has to be a merging of the two emotion of visions. And the earth has to have one as well. And so when we look at the emotion of peace, and we see how it affects the emotion of position, because when we look at the vertical people's dreamscape, we see that it's all well organized. There are no rockets around and there's no guns. And so we see that the universe is emotionally normal. The earth just seeks freedom and emancipation, where man can choose his existential adaptation and harvest the plasma emotional energy of the plasma universe, where we have this pursuit of happiness failure, because we have a failure of our vision. Man has never launched a rocket into outer space. And 100% of us came to Earth space safely. And we came here as opposed to Mars. space. So we were able to guide our way through this emotion of position map, where we have this feeding radiance and this feedback radiance, which transcends the various reality dimensions. And the motivating force behind all this is the emotion of vision. Yeah, because the Earth has a priority. So it's the soul of the solar system and the soul of the sun, which attracts the soul of the Earth. Okay, so that has to come first. And then we have to attract the Earth body. So the soul of the sun plus the soul of the Earth can do that. Now that we have the Earth body, okay, so now the soul of the Earth body plus that soul of the man can attract the soul of the man's body. Oh, this is good. So now we have the two bodies. Great. Well, it would be ridiculous for us to manifest before the Earth body, wouldn't it? So the sun body plus the soul of the Earth body manifests the physicality of the Earth, the materialization. And then here we go. It's our turn next. Now that we have the soul of the Earth and the soul of the body, and we have this manifested physicality of the Earth space, now we can have our man space. Thank you very much. And so we will be testing this with the flight test to Mars as well very soon, just to see what there is to see, I guess, because we're still exploring our own man space here, trying to figure out what's going on. And so we're starting to realize there's different energy states and there's different emotions. And so we have to take all this into account and understand that maybe there's something still missing, because when we look at the three plasma amigos, we only see the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the soul of the cells. Wonder where the emotion of vision fits in. Because and so we have to target wherever you were born, there you were, bullseye. Still not accounted for. So we have lots to learn, as we see with the cups of life. Very simple, but very important, because they're fundamental to our emotional strength. And that is transferred with the emotion of vision, because we're inherently peaceful. And so our earth space landscape is heaven, and our man space dreamscape is peace. This is where science meets the soul of man for peace. And we're in the post-December 6th. We're looking for that graceful, sweet space. And on March 24th, it'll be time for the world leaders to be introduced to the true power of the emotion of vision. This is the Keshe. Have already made in the dreamscape. There's the World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with your pen. Sign it with your heart. The emotion of vision allows fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. And the emotion of position map is your travel guide. We're looking for this gravitational transformation through the earthbound enhancement of our physical and emotional vitality. And we can achieve this through the transmutation connection of that transparency point and the manifestation point. So adaptation and awareness is an inner space emotional construct and connects equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. The emotion of vision is perfect, along with universal morality. Choose wisely and dare to dream. The plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson. Thank you, gang. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Thank you, Alex. But there was definitely something interfering with your transmission. When you listen to the recording, I think you'll hear it, but it was only a few words here and there, so I don't think it's too much, but it's never happened before. I don't know what was interfering with that. Maybe you set up something new. It did seem like it was your system, but I'm not sure. And I didn't want to interfere with it because it only was a couple of words here and there. But at least 10 times, I think we lost a couple words of what you were saying.
Yeah, there's lots of reasons for it, and interestingly enough, we had a Zoom upgrade again today, so it was working very, very well before. But one of the things, of course, is that the usage of the air, shall we say, the airwaves is increasing all the time. And so, you know, it's really becoming an integral part of our lives. And so the demand on the airwaves, on the bandwidth is high.
Well, hopefully with the new head units, we'll take some of that pressure off as more and more people start to use them. And for communication, for travel,
But I hope everyone got the gist of the meeting, because that's what's important, and we'll find out with the questions.
Right. So I don't see anyone. Usually I ask, is anyone here for the first time? But I think everyone's been here before. They're seasoned knowledge seekers, so to speak. And when you said there's a need to allow others to give, this is what Mr. Keshe said we'll be doing with the world leaders. It's not that we're elevating them. They've already been elevated. We have to allow them to give. And then I was thinking about the formation of the Universal Counselor. Maybe it was in the process of creation video where when a soul can't give, it's not in a good position. So I know they take a lot, way more than they give. I mean, they do give orders and things, but it doesn't seem like they have a lot of ability to give from their soul. And then you have to become part of someone else's universe, or a dust or a speck of dust in that universe, until you learn more, until you're able to give. So there's something, and perhaps we'll get instructions on that date before we actually interact with the soul of the world leaders, and maybe some religious leaders too. But there's something about this giving. The soul is not correct. It cannot give. And so maybe they'll start to give more from their soul. I don't know. It was just a thought that I had. But he said we need to take what they're giving. And I'm not sure exactly what that means as well.
Well, Mark, you really actually hit on a very important point. You know, your answer is, oh, well, that was just a thought. See, that's where the problem is right there. Just a thought is pretty significant. Okay, because the way you say it's just like, you know, I'm looking for something that's significant, but that was just a thought. Well, the thought is significant, you see, because the thought is part of the emotion of vision. And where those who are having problems with, seeing is believing, they can't even align themselves on what they see. Because if you're only looking at what you're receiving and you're not looking at what you can give to, this is where it causes the problem. So say, for instance, it's raining today. What a depressing day. Would a farmer say that? I don't think so. I think a farmer would say, oh, what a great day for the crop. Right? So the relationship that he has with respect to his seeing is believing is in relationship to others. So if he has that relationship to others, that is not a physical relationship. That is an emotional relationship. This is a key point.
Okay. Let's see if others have something they'd like to. And again, this is the University of the Universe. We can talk back to the teacher without, and we invite you to take part in the discussion. That's why we're all here. But of course, there is a quiet line of communication. You don't have to interact, and we're not forcing you to interact. And you are interacting on the soul level, I'm sure. All of our souls here are interacting. When you talked about the daydream, Alex, and then the night dream, is there a big difference? I'm thinking, I don't think so. I mean, the daydream vision, maybe you're just sitting on the park bench and all of a sudden you go somewhere else and remember the picnic you had a couple weeks ago, or a reunion or something along that line, and you're interacting with it. It's the same C14, it seems to me, but this time you're really conscious. And normally they don't last that long, the daydream. And I'm thinking maybe the night dream doesn't last that long either. It may be just seconds, even though it would seem like it stretched out, half of the night. And maybe that's why we only remember a small bit of it, because it's not really that big. But the daydream and the night dream, to me, you're not conscious, okay, at night, but in the day you are. So I think you're experiencing the exact same things. You're in two places at the same time with the daydream.
See, this is another important point. I think you're 100% correct in that observation, because I had no way of making a determination, but I think now we figured out that that is a very fleeting moment, and that also it becomes very important to remember that, especially within the 35 to 45 seconds after you wake up. If you don't have that opportunity to shall we say, engrave that memory in your memory bank, then it'll be just as fleeting. It'll just disappear. So what are you doing the rest of the time? So that would imply that the rest of the time is something different.
Well, you could have multiple daydreams in a day.
Well, yeah,
again,
exactly.
Just a fleeting, and it's real. I mean, it senses, you went to the baseball game or the soccer, football, and you were there briefly, but it seems like you were enacting that experience again in so many ways, and real, as I see it.
Yeah, for sure. And interestingly, what you just said, that could be in the past or that could be in the future.
So, right, we're just really don't even understand the full capabilities of our soul, probably quite far from it at this point. But step by step, we're becoming more familiar with its capabilities. Some of them, anyway.
Well, we can tell by the quality of the questions that you're asking, Mark, because you seem to form your question with an answer. You're getting very good, very good. That's a compliment, okay?
Well, I don't want to make too many assumptions, as we see with this E equals MC squared. Apparently,
Oh, who cares?
Yeah,
You know,
I know. There were a lot of assumptions made, and we can't do this in the universe. Otherwise, we're going to end up in the wrong place, in the wrong position, and maybe kind of lost in a way. We seem to, Mr. Keshe seems to stress, we're going to have to know this sort of backward and forward. This is not something you're going to take on lightly, because it could have some effects that your soul could even dissolve, I think. So this is not a light approach where, you know, willy-nilly walking down the garden path and being in the whatever zone, but then the muggers come out, you know. So I think we're testing it again, and I'm sure we're tethered, but you're going to have to, I think, kind of know pretty much what you're doing, or you could probably get lost in a way.
You have to be skillful.
And it's going to take some training and some practice and some experience. But once we have it, well, maybe not. There'll always be new interactions to experience and to learn from, perhaps. But yes, it's a whole new infinite world of emotions, experiences that we're becoming aware that we can interact more with. Someone else would like to bring something up, perhaps, or make a comment, or bring an apple for the teacher, perhaps.
Hi, Mark. It's Dean here. May I make a comment?
Of course.
Hi, Dean.
Hi, Alex. Thank you for a beautiful teaching again. Thank you, Mark, for everything you're doing. So, Alex, a question would be, this communication we're having right now, so we're on a channel, Zoom channel, and zero time communication. The time spent between my voice and when it reaches you, there's a space gap. And I've noticed in many instances within media that we are living in the past. Most of the information we receive is from the past. We're never in the present moment. You know, that there's a lot of juggling that goes on with media where you receive it, or governments will give out information and things. It's always a long time down the line, so it's never in the present moment. So this would be this situation where you would, you know, and it may be, you know, like as I'm speaking now, it may seem very close, but the space gap in, let's say, in a specific time, place, and position might be an eternity away. You might have missed the point of interaction by, you know, a universe. So, and that's because it's in the matter state. So the only way you're going to be able to actually create this condition to actually be present in the moment is to be in the moment, and that is on a thought process. It can never be in the matter state condition of sending it down a telephone line or any communication that would involve the matter state. That's just a thought.
No, it's an important thought, Dean. Thank you, because for the members on this panel, so this is in the moment. But what about those who aren't here?
Exactly, they're going to be listening to a recording. So that's a very big space gap. You know, Mr. Keshe works on this principle all the time. We all go into the teachings and we go back and relearn something, we experience something again, and then move forward. So we're transitioning between two points, and I suppose this is part of it. It's that if there's no time, space, and position, if there's no time, then I suppose we can go back We can speak in the moment, we can experience something, and then gather that memory, and then come forward into outside of this earth space, and then we're present again, and then receive to be able to move forward once more, I suppose, if that's the right way of saying it.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah,
There's many ways to say this.
there's many ways, but you're making a valid point.
And wouldn't
I think it's the way that the sorry, yeah, I think it's the way that what I'm trying to get across is when it's like when people go into, I've noticed because I've been doing a lot of social media lately, and you're reading posts and you're flicking down, and but most of these things are the past pretense, and informations you're receiving are all in the past. Even the things that are live, there's still a still a time delay in the matter state, so it's still not present moment unless you're doing like the meditations and the connections you're doing every at 9 p.m. the UC are doing, and others. That's the only time you're getting true how do you describe it, field strength waveform, where you're direct connected to everything in the creator. Other than that, you're in a different time space, it seems.
Wouldn't you think there are more entities here than we're seeing in the participants list? Wouldn't
most definitely, Mark? Yeah,
most definitely, right? Because if a soul wants to be here, we wouldn't actually physically see them. They wouldn't have to log in, but they're here somehow in the energy dimension, participating in so many ways. Maybe even interacting with your soul, Alex's soul, everyone's soul here. They have their own sort of secret life, let's say, even though it's being opened up. But there's many more things going on the energy level, I would say, than we can see with our physical participants list.
Most definitely. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
So we have the evidence of that possibility. We just don't have the evidence of that confirmation. But it stands to reason because we're part of the whole thing there. So the main purpose of even putting forward a class like this is that we understand that there is that possibility. Because if everything that we decide on has to be physical,
right,
and we can't even agree when we're seeing is believing on what we're seeing, then that whole argument breaks down. And then we have to take other things into account. And why aren't we taking into those things into account? All right. So have we asked ourselves that? And I can tell you, before the age of 40, I never asked myself that. What I did ask was, why are we having these problems? And why do I go to a professor and he says, I don't know? Well, if you don't know, then I am like, I'm in doo-doo. I'm in doo-doo land, because who do I turn to? If the professors don't know, who do you turn to for the answers? Well, obviously the church is always there. Well, we'll give you the answers. Well, I got cured of that at a very early age. So it's just, you have to go to a reliable source, a verifiable source, and you find that, you're the source. You're the one who knows. And it doesn't matter what you experience. Someone can always come up to you and say, "Oh, do you know what you're talking about?" And you have to tell them, "I know what I'm talking about, but you don't know what I'm talking about, and that's not my problem. That's your problem." So, and you have to go that way. But I used to always be concerned, say, well, did I do something, less than good enough if they don't understand? So what I have to do is explain it in a way that they understand. So I don't have to explain it the way I want to explain it. The way I want to explain it, on one hand, is, in my opinion, the proper way, but I have to explain it in such a way that it's effective. And so we come up with these chariots of fire, and so they would say, I get it. It's like a wagon, with a flame out the back. Okay, so the flame is what gives it the thrust. And then we look at it and say, oh, so historically, they've seen rocket ships. Oh, gee, I thought that was just a modern invention when they invented gunpowder. And then you say, oh, well, these people in the past were stupid, and we're the smart ones. Well, we ain't so smart if we can't see how smart they were. And so you have to be like Sherlock Holmes and decipher things and say, oh, okay, chariot of fire. Oh, that means there were rockets back then. Okay, well, how come there were rockets, then there are no rockets, and now there's rockets? There's a gap in between. What happened? Who dropped the ball? And, and where did they go? Well, they went up in the sky somewhere. Oh, yeah? Well, like where? And, are we asking the same questions today? We have these orbs in the sky and we see them and we can't explain them. Well, yeah, we can explain them now. They're gravitationally stable. And if they're gravitationally stable, then we're not seeing that gravitational field. What we see in the physicality is the gravitational field. So the reason we can't see the plasma field is because it's magnetical.
We're very privileged to begin to understand that we actually are operating in both the energy and the physicality. I mean,
Bingo.
Mr. Keshe has been very patient with us, but he's always tried to get us to see this energy state, which you physically can't see in a way, but you're operating within it. So this is just the beginning point of our understanding of the schizophrenic ability we have, let's say, or this chameleon type of ability, because most people have not opened this up yet for themselves. They don't, it's all physical, and he's always told us we're so physical, but we're starting to move away a little bit from it and more into this energy dimension, which is foreign to us. So again, I wouldn't belittle anybody who doesn't quite understand it yet, because we were all there, as Alex said, up to age 40 or whatever, no concept of it, right?
Mark, do you think,
Well,
sorry, Alex, can I quickly just say something?
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, please. Yes.
Can I just quickly say something? So remember Mr. Keshe spoke recently and touched on that, in fact, the last workshop, that we would, when you die, you leave your bones here. So that, this element of the carbon 14 going into the carbon 12 and being present, this interaction, but you leave your skeletal mass, which is connected to this calcium, which we have in every part of us. And we leave this structure behind on the planet. But my question would be, there has been, again, just going into the past, there has suddenly been civilizations that just disappeared. And they've not even left any bones behind. So how does that equate, do you think?
Well, didn't he teach us a number of workshops ago that we cannot litter, that you have to take everything with you? Otherwise, we're just going to be littering the way people do in the park as you go around the universe.
Yeah.
So he said that you have to take it all in a way. You can't be littering. So again, we don't understand the totality. That's why, I think. But he did mention that about littering and leaving parts of ourselves in different parts of the universe. That was not acceptable, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you. That sort of explains that a bit.
And there are communities right now, I think these island people or something, they just disappear. I think the ones you're referring to, Dean, is the down in the south, you know, where they became a culture of death, similar to what the United States has become.
The Mayans?
Yeah. Mr. Keshe gave that teaching. And I thought he said they were removed for that reason. And he said if we could do it there, we could do it further up north.
This is a big big open door now, big topic, because we know the technology and we know that this the abilities of this, yet the ethos says not to touch. However, when a soul is creating conditions for others that is so intolerable on a soul level and a soul of physicality, then there always has to be a balanced position, and that will maybe a position that their own souls take to you know, when they reach a certain position, that all of a sudden, you know, this this Magrav positioning takes place.
And no souls are lost. Mr. Keshe said there's no souls are lost. And it's not the threat of killing, it's the threat of the enforcement of peace on this planet. That was a few years ago when he brought this topic up in one of the Knowledge Seekers workshops.
There is there is much that has possibilities, could go either way, and if there's infinite possibilities, then there's infinite amount of ways to achieve a certain position that brings about this balanced position for all.
And I was thinking about the elevation of the soul of this planet, Dean or Alex or anyone else, where the soul is inside the physicality of the planet, just like our soul is inside our physicality. If we give it enough energy, the soul could expand, couldn't it, of this planet, and then encompass its own physicality? I was just thinking about that and what sort of conditions that would create. Would it move the entire physical planet to another position? Would that actually ever happen? But isn't this the idea, to elevate the soul of this planet? So, yeah.
Go ahead,
Alex. No, you go, Alex. You have the.
We're all so polite. I don't think you want the planet to dematerialize.
I'm not saying dematerialize. I'm saying encompass its physicality with its soul. The same what we're doing, right?
No, the planet's doing just fine. We're the problem.
I thought the soul of this planet was stealing from its own citizens because it was short. Which causes us to kill and eat other entities. It's taking the energy that, again, I'm just surmising, but I was just wondering, if we're elevating the soul of this planet, is it just going to feel balanced and stay in its position, or is it going to do a similar thing of encompassing its own physicality?
Mark, so can I answer that? So if this is so, if
I'm not saying it's so, Dean. I'm just surmising a possibility.
A possibility, yeah, I understand. If so, if I was to expand my soul, or any of you expanded your soul, and then it goes into what do you want to expand it to circumnavigate your body? Do you want to encompass other souls? Do you want to encompass the planet? Do you want to expand your soul so it covers the planet? So with all the souls within it become one soul. And then it becomes one unit, one universal unit that is part of a much bigger universal condition. So it's all souls within souls becoming part of one bigger picture. So it really depends on your viewpoint and your emotion and what you are trying to achieve. It's the same with any plasma. A plasma, as we know, can be from an atom to a universe. So it's within your beauty to be able to have a thought, have an interaction that is from one point to the whole point of totality. So once one actually expands the soul and the others accommodate, allow, and interact with the soul, saying, yes, you've reached a certain position that we now allow you to become part of it. It's like us as souls, part of the planet Earth. That the soul of the planet has accepted us as souls and encompasses us in physicality. So it's the same sort of process. The same with, we go into the electron and protons and neutrons, the same sort of thing. But you get this one little guy that stands out, as Mr. Keshe would say, on the side, and that interaction feeds all the others. So it's dependent upon your viewpoint and your what you're trying to elevate and to achieve, with the emotion of understanding of your creation that you've gone through your experiences in your physical lifetime. But then let's take it apart from the physical. Let's then go for the experiences you've experienced as a soul, depending upon when the soul was formed, and then how does that interact in both dimensions in this precise moment, or any moment.
No, well, what I was thinking, Dean, is if you go back into the private student archives, you can hear where Mr. Keshe was talking about the solar system being pulled back into the sun, and that we only had so much time again, and things can change, of course. And he said this goes on in the universe on a pretty regular basis, where the star created its solar system, and then in a moment of time, it pulls everything back into itself. That doesn't mean the star is gone, but its creation is pulled back into itself. Now, what if the soul of this planet was able to expand and encompass the physicality of this planet? And if that event was going to take place, it could actually move its position into another place in the universe to protect its creation. Let's just say, just surmising, could this be the reason for the elevation of the soul of this planet?
Yeah, most definitely, Mark.
Because if you can do it, why couldn't the planet do it?
Exactly. Everything, all souls have the ability to do this as a soul. So this soul, we see the planet. However, through the understanding,
it sounds outrageous, but
no, it does sound outrageous to people who've not been part of. When you start to understand that you are a soul and you can take another position and create within your structure other structures, then once you leave your physical body as a manifestation of a human being, and then you can become something else. Unless you've experienced this through the foundation, these and some theologists and other things touch on this, but many, it's not something, it's not a viewpoint that they would even consider, because like today, I went into a position where I went out and interacted, and you just come up against other souls in physicality that are locked into a certain position in the physical body, and they only interact with their thoughts and intentions within that structure, and nothing else ventures out of that. There's no flexibility, if that's the right word. There's no field strength to be able to want to accommodate for anything else outside of what they're experiencing in the physical body in these moments. And so that is where the elevation of the soul has, needs to, or when they accept, when they're ready, for them to be able to open up to the possibilities that you have just spoken about.
Yeah, and I could be way off in left field with this thought, but I know he said that when the solar system gets pulled into the sun, very common occurrence every week or whatever in the universe, no one would feel a thing. It's almost like when you bring the vacuum close to a piece of dust and it just goes and you don't see it anymore and it's gone. This is the retraction of the creation of the star back into itself. And so maybe this is part of what we're doing with elevating the soul of this planet, not only into a peaceful position, but also allowing it to perhaps change positions. Again, this is just something I was thinking about.
And that position, Mark, well, that would be in
soul
in the
would
way
determine.
that then you would see different dimensions. Then you would start to see and interact in different positions, where it wouldn't just be the physical matter you see now as you sense and feel things now. It would be in another way, in another shape and form, which is like everything that we speak about with Mr. Keshe says, if you go to another place, Zeus or wherever, you might have 20 arms, 20 legs. But again, that's physical. But so it's going into the dimension of an energy state, which could be from a gas to a liquid, solid, and all the other things. And just another dimension of understanding.
I was just dreaming. That's all.
I was just dreaming. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that conscious thought, that emotion that triggers off the matter state. Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll hear from someone else.
Yeah.
Dean, or please continue if you'd like.
No, let's let somebody else come in. It'd be nice to hear somebody else speaking as well.
And Alex, again, if someone wants to come in, please open your mic and come in. The Dalai Lama, is that the Buddhist head of one of the for Buddhism?
They're closer related to Taoism.
Okay. Because I know they were trying to split China, create Tibet or something. I don't know if the Dalai Lama's in Tibet or whatever, but they were part of this splitting, trying to make 2 or 3 Chinas out of China, which we are for one China, not multiple Chinas. But certain people do want to split up China, and I'm against that myself. We need one China, not 3 or 4. And I thought that perhaps they were part of this splitting off or trying to break off a piece of China, which the Chinese, I don't think, are going to allow that to happen.
Well, I originally got into that story because of the dynamic spirit, the indomitable spirit of man, and how they can survive at what they call the roof of the earth, because it's obviously very cold and barren. And, I always thought, well, that would be a nice country to visit, except it's extremely dangerous. It would be only good to go to the capital, but things have changed since then, and so as I explored the history more, then I found out, just like Dean said, we're in the past tense there, and so what was at one time a wonderful place, had become quite ordinary. So there was a lot of mystery that's obviously surrounds that, because it's different from any other community in the world, and so it was interesting to see how that they would coexist, organize themselves, and it was a nice study until I dug down deeper, and and I was really shocked, and I don't want to say too much. I just
Okay. Yeah.
no, I'll let you do your own research on it. I just uh, something that you don't know, you have the option of either what do you call it, criticizing it, or having deference for it, having a respect for it.
Or
And
ignoring it.
so, well, that option also, but I mean, if you did have to engage in it, so, and I chose the respect type of thing, and because, until proven otherwise, and then when it was proven otherwise, then I said, oh my God, see, the interesting thing, of course, was how they picked the Dalai Lama, and so this had to do with this vision, this clairvoyance, and the whole process, and I was intrigued to see the stories, and this was recounted by one of the lamas, and his name was Lobsang Rampa, and actually his proper name is Tuesday Lobsang Rampa, and anyway, he was quite a good writer, a lot of humor. But the thing is that, he was very down to earth, and he said, well, how can a Lama be down to earth? And yeah, he was very down to earth because, he didn't see the Lamas as being, well, let's put it this way. In the ancient times, you had the druids and the priests, and the shamans, and it's all the same thing. The Lamas are the same thing. So, you hold them in high respect, but then they lord over you. And so I never looked at them as lordly creatures, but they looked at themselves that way. And so, being one of them, he could point out the more grounded point of view. Okay, so he could not diminish them, but you can criticize yourself, and he was in a position to do that. I wasn't in a position to do that, so it's interesting to see that perspective, and it brought a sense of realism to it. But it was never explained to me, how that could go, because I always had this problem with reincarnation, and this becomes an incredibly important point, because the religion in India and the social structure is based on this reincarnation principle. So, and it is so well entrenched because it is the foundation of the caste system. So the basis of the caste system, like someone has to figure out, well, how do you know that you're a Brahmin, or how do you know that you're untouchable? So untouchable is, you don't even want a 10-foot pole. Okay, you just 20-foot pole. It's just untouchable. So how do you determine that? And so that becomes the basis of the question. So when you look at the caste system, it's justified based on your reincarnation. And so if you were a good boy in the previous life, well, you were a Brahmin, and then if you were a bad boy, well, you became an untouchable. So in that way, everybody was reincarnated. And this is an Eastern philosophy, which is totally alien to me, being a Canadian. So it was a fascinating read, but I wanted to get it explained. And then I find out that it's, another ruse. That's what it is. It's another excuse on excusing our delinquencies, our misconduct, and saying, so our misconduct is justified. So in the caste system, so I'm superior, and I'm justified to be superior. So therefore, oh yeah, all of us are reincarnated equally, except that I'm more equal than you. Well, there's the flaw right there. And then when you find out, wait a second, what is this man involved with? And And when I seen that, I was really, I mean, they're all the same.
Yeah,
There is no difference.
it's the same kingship, right? Whether it's the popes, the rabbis, the ayatollahs, or the Buddhists.
It's all the same. Yeah, and they all make their money the same way, and it's disgusting. But that's my opinion. And
I was just thinking, anyway.
well,
No.
we are going to change that because we are going to change their emotion of vision, and they have no choice in that matter because we're elevating to a higher energy state, you see. And so the difference, and this is the key point, and I just want to take another minute here, Mark, please, is the difference between the physicality and the plasma reality. This point has to be able to be communicated to the average person right off the bat. Okay, I love you. That's plasmatic. Good. Boom. Done. Okay. I see an aura. Yeah. What color is it? Oh, it's red. Boom. It's physical. Wait a second. You know, it's a non-visible aura to most people, but if it has a color, so it's part of the soul of the body. So now you have the skill to differentiate. You must differentiate because what we are going to be doing, and what Dean has already talked about, that there's this problem, and I mentioned it earlier as well. You know, we talk about the elevation of the Earth. The Earth is doing fine. The Earth has, in fact, asked for our assistance because there is a problem and we have the skills to do that. However, as you said, and I'm sure you didn't miss any. You said we have over 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years, but you know.
Yeah, that was from Mr. Keshe. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you know, maybe we need 5,001. Well, you know, I mean, with every passing war, I think the need to have one is diminishing because, you know, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results, you know, you're an idiot. And, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, it's not an insulting term because ignorant people cannot be insulted. So don't worry about it. We have to elevate them to the point where they start to realize the error of their ways and how it's affecting everybody. And that comes to the most important point. If you want to, say, have the Earth change its position, it will affect every other position in the solar system. So the Earth is rotating quite nicely and is following an orbit of rotation quite nicely, and it's being very considerate and very respectful of its neighbors.
And even a mosquito, if you swat and kill a mosquito, the whole universe has to recalculate itself, as I understand it. So it's not only the planet changing positions, it's even a small soul like a mosquito.
Yeah, exactly. So what we have to do is change the nature of the energy exchange. And so it can't be based on electricity. So if you say electricity, boom, that's physical. Even if you say proton, boom, that's physical.
Yeah. No.
Okay, so all of us on this panel are now developing this skill. The question is, how do we explain it to others? And you see, everybody has a struggle with it because we want to relate it to something that we know. Well, if you read the history books, it's, oh, okay, I've got it. They used to have chariots of fire, and then you go to your neighbor, and, you know, you meet someone in a coffee shop. Oh, listen, friend, you know, can I tell you the story about the chariots of fire? Oh my God. It was, now you've totally lost the audience, you know. So you don't want to recap, how should we say, relive that history, the purpose of learning her history is so to correct the mistakes, and you have the wisdom to foresee that. And if you're going to foresee that, that's the emotion of vision. And so you now participate and activate the emotion of vision, and you respond to it accordingly. And that's how you navigate. And this becomes a really important fundamental function of how to fulfill a transmutation process. Because in order for you to go anywhere, and as we did in the December the 16th, when Mr. Keshe asked people to go here or go there or whatever, they all went to that same spot, even though the names were different. But then when he asked them to look at what they wanted individually, it was helter-skelter all over the place. And so why is that? Because they've flipped over the pole. Instead of the giving, they're doing the taking. So now here's the catch. Here's the catch. Can we take on behalf of the benefit of others? So the beggar, the street beggar in Tibet, and I'm talking about I don't know about today. I'm just talking about the old times. They would say, okay, I will take, but in the process of taking, you will gain the benefit. And so how can you gain the benefit? Well, because the money that you give me was probably derived from some kind of theft. And so this is the appeasement of that person's conscience. This is an assistance in the appeasement of that person's conscience.
Was that Dean smiling?
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, very beautifully put. Yeah, wonderful. One thing I'd like to say, Alex, is this picture on the screen now. So that soul positioning, that sparks a lot of interactions. If you take away as you've done, you can see the structure of part of the soul in a position with all the other souls present as the stars and the galaxies. So if we take a position where we to enlighten, to be able to, for the physicality of the human race to understand some of this, the memory of the interactions that are happening now would be a beauty if the soul of the UC, of the universal community, would place a seed of another position that has taken a position of peace, and to show humanity as a memory, as a smell, as a position, how this interaction, how it feels to be in this position. Because mankind being very physical, if it experiences it, or in any of its interactions, it may trigger an emotion that will cause the peace to be present in the moment. If I've explained that very well.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Congratulations.
Yeah, so when we can do this ourselves, so we're in the process of experiencing this by taking our soul and expanding it. But so once we expand that soul to, as I spoke about earlier, to encompass the other souls, and we become part of this soul, then the universal soul can take a position to bring this memory, this experience, this feel strength of, whether it's a physical interaction so that humanity understands it or senses it, it can bring it forward. And I think this is maybe this is just my speak, me speaking here. However, I sense this may be a way to, and I'm sure it's in process right now. I'm sure this is part of what we're experiencing. It seems traumatic and dramatic at the moment with with everything that's going on.
It is traumatic.
It's traumatic, yeah, for many, and this needs to be balanced out now. And so this is, when do we reach a position where all this nonsense gets to a fever pitch where it consumes itself and it turns back into the beauty? Because it has to be that position where it flips, all plasma flips, it all changes position. And that maybe is when as we described earlier, is when the physicality departs, and this can be a whole civilization that suddenly goes, and then it takes another position. As you said, the planet is fine. She's doing fine. She is supplying an environment for us to be present in.
Yeah.
So it's it goes on and on and on.
Yeah, so I'll tell you exactly when that happens. When you go to the coffee shop and you stand in line and someone turns around to you and says, "Hey, Dean, what's going on here? I don't understand why." And so we know that why is the answer. It's not a question. So if they know why, if they're asking why, that means they noticed. And that's what it takes. And once one notices, then it's just a matter of time. The field has to, one by one, get stronger and stronger. But the rate of change increases by orders of magnitude. You see, so 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, hundreds of 1,000. And next thing you know, the dominoes are falling in every direction. And the more dominoes that fall, the faster they go. And the faster they go, the more dominoes fall. And it's just a building up of a field strength. And until we realize that, there may be 1,000 out there who are making life miserable. But what they fail to realize is they're making life miserable for us as well. For themselves as well. I'm sorry, they know very well they're making it miserable for us. But, the thing is that they are missing the greatest most golden opportunity that they have, because they have created a system that if suddenly, instead of that giant sucking sound of, sucking the financial strength out of every man, woman, and child on this planet, if they suddenly decided, geez, that's an awful lot of money to spend on killing people, why don't we, try and make this place a little bit better and see what happens, and then see the reaction, and then why don't we do this sooner? And that'll be the reaction. So we now have the technology to elevate the soul, or elevate the energy engagement of the souls. So we're changing the playing field. We can't meet them militarily. We can't meet them financially, but they can't beat us on the soul level.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Alex. 100%. That it doesn't matter what positions that they ascertain. It's like Mr. Keshe with he could be the richest man on the planet, could have everything. Decides, chooses to take a position of creating a condition where it gives back to the totality of humanity and all the created creatures. So that's a deep understanding of creation, and that aspect of being able to understand that. And if you're in a position of so-say power, then you have a certain way of viewing something. And and you move in certain circles of influence and positions, that you hear certain things that others may not experience. However, you become very aware of your interactions with your own thoughts and intentions directed towards a greater mass of other physical souls. And you have a responsibility. And on a soul level, you are going to create a condition where, as you said, Alex, you're going to be a speck of dust. So for the sake of a time scale that is in an eternal position, which they have a soul that's eternal, then it's a ridiculous mismatch of contradictions, especially when you have the ability to understand, if you just stand still for a second and realize what the conditions you're creating, and then listen to your own inner guidance, the soul aspect that speaks to you in a second, and you know, and then you stop taking, you become a giver, and you can change it in an instant and change your whole aspect of your whole being and your whole existence as a soul. And the choice is yours in this moment. Thank you, Alex. Anyway, I just need to steam off there a little bit. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. I'm voting for you in the next election. Yes. If you look at the role of a beggar, and one of the problems in Tibet, as again, I'm going back to its history, you didn't have much choice. You either became a highway bandit, or you were born as a lama. So only a few were born as a lama, the rest were born as monks, and monks lived in monasteries and beggars lived on the street, and it was the same thing. So, and then you have the regular public, like you have in every society, who tries to make ends meet, but of course you have landowners, and they look after the land and allow you to live in that community, and it's their responsibility to they're like the senators, you know, they get together and they report to the lamas. So you have this hierarchy, okay, but you can't go anywhere. You everything is controlled, and especially if you're a woman, and so you that became a very dangerous thing. So I don't know how things have changed today, but the things are changing everywhere. So it really doesn't matter. What matters here is that we have an important mission, and be nice to entertain ourselves with this history, and it's nice to entertain ourselves on the internet and listen to vloggers and vloggers copying other bloggers. In the absence of a solution, this world is a depressing place. We are offering a solution. So the sun is shining on a rainy day, and the plants are going to grow, and the people are going to grow as a result of it. So we need to focus is on the solution and not on the problem. So that's why these people are unmentionable. We need to look at the plasma science and how it works. And since it's of a higher power than the lowest power of the physicality, any smart businessman is going to make a decision to empower his company. And we are the company. And so our earth is our responsibility. So we want to empower ourselves to look after the earth. And the moment you say that, you now enlist the services of the universal forces. Okay, because then you become a beggar on behalf of.
Alex, it is what I find so so beautiful is the knowledge, is the capability of anyone to pick up the intention, and it doesn't matter your position. It's the beauty of being peaceful, and that beauty within you expands out and touches others. So it's a field strength, it's an interaction. And that the beauty of that means that it takes away this strength the imaginary position of I dominate you or whatever. When you become peaceful inside yourself and you give that to another, you have a totally different interaction. And this field strength, it's like the picture you had where the brain was in position. So the planet Earth, it could be for me like, you know, when you see spaceships that suddenly change position very quickly. They come down, they have this magnetic field, and then they lock into another position and they're gone. So the Earth could take this position in the galaxy, that it suddenly changes position very dramatically. And then we're in a different field strength completely, where this animosity and all these thoughts cannot take place. So there's more to this than can be just mankind's ignorance to the beauty of everything. And this for me, this is where certain positions, time, place, and position, and certain civilizations have acted in a certain way. And it depends upon, you know, like when we have GANs, and you have a certain GANs that makes a certain field strength, depending upon the emotions and, you know, the twists and turns and the elements you've put together. And it completely changes its characteristics and its field strength of giving, depending upon what's been transmitted into it. So it's all about positioning. So for me, that aspect of the brain being in a position in a universe, and this universe is in motion and it is constantly expanding. So the creation is constantly expanding. Then it's taken a new position, and I've sensed that we are, as a race, as however you want to describe it, as humanity, as species, as souls, we are. There's a condition being made in a time, place, and position where the understanding of the soul has reached a certain position where it is it has, in this moment, it has actually encompassed itself, it's expanded out and reached another field strength. So it's filtering its thoughts and intentions through another atmospheric condition, if you want to stay in the matter state, and it's finding another position. And this is the peace, this is the universal condition of balance. And whether it's in the physical body or whether it's in the mental state, or the, you know, not the mental state, I shouldn't say that, but in the soul aspect, it's reached a new position, a new understanding, a new field strength. It's changed. And for many, it may seem that they get more in the physical sense, they're getting more aggressive, because for them, this field strength feels very different. And it agitates them in the wrong way. It's rubbing together in the fields, and it's creating a condition where they're getting more, they don't understand it. So for them, for what I think is love, for them is hate, or whatever the word is. And so they're experiencing it in a different way. However, this is affecting many other souls. And so this is going to come to a position where these souls are going to dissolve.
Hey, Dean, I'm going to ask you a question, please.
Please do.
Stepping away for 1 minute. Thank you.
Oh. So Dean, you come up against someone who's giving you that resistance. So you're trying to give them energy, okay? And they're not accepting it, and you become agitated as a result of it. Is that a familiar experience for you?
It maybe when I was a long time ago, but now,
Yeah.
no, I don't experience that anymore, because I don't interact like that.
Okay, but you can relate to it.
I can relate to it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course I can.
Okay, so you have adapted to that. And what is the difference between before and now? What is exactly What do you think was causing you to have that agitation?
And that would be lack of understanding. That would be an ignorance to the understanding of the ethos of what we're being experiencing now in this very
yeah, but
moment.
where are you getting that feeling of agitation from?
That would be a feel strength from another soul or entity and physicality. If we're talking about that, that would be rubbing together or creating a condition to, you know, what's the right word?
I don't know, but I disagree.
Then explain, please explain.
It came from you. You sent energy. It wasn't absorbed. It was reflected. It came right back at you. You were uncomfortable with your own energy.
Yeah, I understand that totally, Alex. Yeah.
And so once you understood that, then you didn't become agitated anymore. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, yeah. And the way you've explained it, that is so that is through this process of going through the learning process and the experiences of the plasma, and that makes you peaceful. That process, though, as for some, would take up, you know, in the physicality, some moments, or can happen in an instant if they get, you know, if the
sure. But what I'm really wanting to get to the point is this agitation that you were feeling. I'm going to substitute that feeling of agitation, and I'm going to call it return to sender.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that's beautiful, Alex, because I understand it, and it's what it needs. That's exactly, and that is exactly it. And when you understand that, and when you understand those words that you've just spoken, then that changes everything. That does change everything.
Thanks, Dean. You're marvelous.
Thank you, Alex, because between us, we just explained and you brought something up that, yeah, I think that will help many. Thank you, Alex, for your beauty. Thank you.
Well, we solved the world's crisis. I hope Mark is going to be back soon.
Back. Gee, that didn't take long.
Yes. I want to thank everybody on the panel for allowing me to present today. And I thank you all for your involvement here. You're part of the important project and part of this important team that is so powerful. We call the North American team. So I want to thank you all for being here. And we can see that there is a path that we're going down. And it's a path of desire. And the reason for that is because it's part of our vision. Thank you all.
Okay, just another reminder about the next event that's coming up, and there may be some add-ons, as we saw with Dining with the Creator, where we were allowed to go in last week for 30 minutes. Again, if you were to go to Linz originally, that was $1,000, or is it $2,000? I'm not sure. I think it was $1,000 for a 30-minute session. So if you can take advantage of the offer being put forth, again, quite historical, phenomenal, universal, and be part of this bigger change. And you all are, whether you're there or not, as Mr. Keshe said. If you've touched the GANs, made the GANs, delivered the GAN, you're all part of the structure. So just a reminder, the 24th of March, Elevating the Soul of the World Leaders for Peace. It's being offered in the Keshe Foundation store. And you can take that offer up if you'd like. Okay, I'm going to play the Keshe coin and then the final disclaimer. The meeting will end. I want to thank everyone for participating, whether it was on the sound level or on the soul level. And that's all good. So we want to thank you all for contributing and visit some of the other language communities as we're uniting these different language communities into the one nation, one planet, one race for world peace. It's interesting and nice to sense a different flavor of another language community, even though you don't actually know the language. So just inviting you all. There's an open invitation, especially in the public meetings. They're always happy to have more knowledge seekers there, or even people that aren't knowledge seekers, to come in and join and be part of the event that's happening on this planet. Thank you again, Alex and Dean and everyone else. Any other final comments from anyone that you've been holding that you didn't want to open your mic for? Otherwise, we'll go to the Keshe coin, which is going to become a very prominent structure, part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation. More and more things in the store will only be available through the use of the Keshe coin. I don't know when that will actually take place, but we're about to see some very phenomenal things happening, as Mr. Keshe said, introducing one or two new technologies next week, or perhaps the week after, see how things go. But again, beyond our imagination. And if it's beyond our imagination, you can imagine when people who are so connected to the matter state hear these things. But we elevate their souls. Thank you all for joining us today, and continue the work, as our work is correct and forever.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.